All right, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. I'm WCIA-3 Chief Meteorologist Kevin Lighty. We've got meteorologist Adam Sherwinski with us here in the studio, and meteorologist Seth Bohnhoff that is actually out in the Stormtracker tonight. So just want to double check that everybody can hear our audio okay, and we're just going to do just a quick little welcoming in here and make sure all is good. We always like to just double check everything before we kind of get things going in full strength. So we're just on the edge of where things are about to start to get fairly active across the area. And we want to give you the latest update here because we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Let us know where you may be tuning in from. This stream may go continuously for several hours. So keep checking back with us here, as we're expecting rapid development of thunderstorms and the potential for severe weather across a large part of our viewing area. So again, we're getting the confirmations there from people that they can hear and all is good. So we will continue then along with our coverage. Again, let us know where you are tuning in from here. We will occasionally try to answer some of your questions if you have them, as they kind of pop up. But again, when we kind of get into the full-on coverage here, if we start getting some tornado warnings and whatnot, we're going to be on TV. Right now, this is only online on all of our social media platforms. And so while we're here with you guys, so some of you have obviously have found where we are, but this is a good time to download our app. If you haven't already, because this is where you can go and watch our live streaming coverage here. Let's say tornado warning gets issued for area. So there's the QR code that's there. Or again, just search WCIA-3 Weather, WCIA-3 Weather, and you can scroll down within the app and there'll be a live stream link and you can watch down into your shelter. And there's one other thing is our weather call that we have that you can sign up for to get a phone call. If you scan the QR code that's on the screen there, or go to our website under the weather tab and look for weather call, we will actually give you a phone call if you are in a warning. And this is good for people that maybe don't have a great internet, or people out in rural areas. You don't have outdoor warning sirens or a weather radio, or you're just not technologically savvy, and you want just the old-fashioned phone call. It's a great alternative. And so people can scan that QR code, again, WCIA.com, under the weather page, and you can see that and sign up for that if you want to, or download our app, again, to get the very latest on where to stream and everything. So just a few different housekeeping things I wanted to make mention there as we kick off our coverage here. It is 3:05 p.m. on this Wednesday afternoon, and we are tracking severe weather already. We have a fairly strong storm here, kind of coming in to Sangamon County, the west side of Springfield, from Curran. It stretches up towards the Sherman area. Pretty intense storm there, as you can see. This thing is, all of this has kind of developed in the last kind of 45 minutes or so as far as the intensity goes. We can kind of put a little bit of a loop on this, and you can see here's our line of storms. We're just getting going from Lincoln and stretching back to east of Jacksonville. So we're watching this area here because we are kind of primed for the potential for severe storms that could kind of get going over the next few hours. As a matter of fact, the Storm Prediction Center already talking about how they are going to be most likely issuing a tornado watch soon. That's a quick view of Seth Bohnhoff. It's out in the Stormtracker. He's going to be providing us live pictures here this evening, so that'll be good for us as he tracks those storms for us. But right now, the biggest concern is with our storm here. Again, look at this. You can see just how intense it is coming close to the airport there on the north side. And what we can do is, and I'll bring in Adam here. You got the I'll pull up the camera here in just a second. And boy, it's rough sledding out there.
Yeah, it's
that camera is rough. So talk to us about kind of what you're seeing. Nice little shelf there, it looks like.
Yeah, nice little shelf trying to go here, Kevin. I'm looking at the colors there, and we always talk about the pinks, and not pinks, the greens and the bluer colors there within the storm. That gives an indication there might be some hail in there. Whether it's fall or not, that's a different story. But I'm kind of just watching the structure of this. And as Kevin mentioned earlier, today, got a flash of lightning there. As Kevin mentioned earlier on his Facebook page, that kind of want to watch for just how fast this storm motion is for the motion of the clouds has been. And you can kind of see that a lot of raggedness with this. And to me, that just kind of says that there's a lot of rising motion still going on out there for this thunderstorm as it kind of pan back and forth. There's a pull in our way. I can't really do much about that. But I mean, you're getting a pretty good view of this storm. Definitely a lot of rainfall in there. We're kind of just watching back and forth to see if there's anything that kind of sticks out as a meteorologist, aside from the shelf cloud and the rain and even the hail potential too. So again, this is a interesting looking storm right now, just because purely it's got some hail in there. Whether it's falling or not, that's the next question. But you can see as I pan back and forth, you can kind of see the difference between the just the different kinds of layers of clouds in there. So really interesting view, kind of one of those that you can kind of see that shelf starting to move in a little bit more. This is one of the more hard to manage. Ooh, they're caught a nice lightning strike there, Kevin. Looks like a CG right there, cloud to ground. Real briefly, there's another one. Yep.
Right there.
Yeah, it was right there. So yeah, we've caught it real quick there. No surprises that this storm's starting to look like it's ramping up a little bit here. But still severe thunderstorm warned. But it gives that characteristic of just keeping an eye out for. And these cameras are really useful at the surface here, because now we can kind of see within the storm. Radar and satellite and all that velocity can only tell us so much. It gives us a lot of good information too. But if we have the ability to look under, why not? Look under the hood and see what's going on with these storms. That was a really good lightning strike. I'm glad we got that.
That thing hit. That was not far away from our camera there.
No.
Either. So there we go. Okay, so that's the view, and I'm gonna have Adam kind of keeping an eye on the camera, the view there. We'll come back to the radar to kind of show you the big view of everything. So obviously, so far we haven't seen a whole lot in this area here, and that is the kind of real concerned area, because we got nothing. There wasn't anything that came through down this way earlier, so there's concern that the atmosphere is still fairly primed. We're talking Effingham, Shelby, Moultrie, Coles, Edgar, Cumberland, Clark counties, that area down here. So as these storms start to evolve a little bit more and develop, that's where the concern comes in over the next few hours. And actually, we're going to be watching this stuff.
Yeah.
So the stuff that's actually coming out of Missouri, this is going to lift to the north and to the east. So these individual cells are moving northeast. And what I'll do is I'll put a little bit of a loop on it so you get a general idea. So these things are going to the north and to the east, and the whole system itself is moving straight east, but these individual cells are kind of moving northeast here. So you can see tornado warnings are back here into Missouri, and these are going to move into an atmosphere, especially, this kind of whole area here is ready to rock in terms of the potential for some really, really powerful storms that can move into the area. So right now we've got our first warning of the day. As far as here this afternoon, we had some warnings earlier with those morning storms, but boy, I bet you we've got some hail in that now too. Just looking straight west there. I'm sure our camera, like you said, maybe starting to look a little green there. Maybe?
It's looking really light on one side. If I'm looking at the state capitol, you can really see that there's a lot of white back there and light gray, and that maybe you're thinking that's not a lot. Well, I will tell you right now, you're going to see more of the gray color there pretty soon. So
the Capitol right here, and so looking straight west from our camera. And so I'll just go ahead and pull the camera back up here, because we're looking straight west from our camera. It's on top of the hotel there, tallest building there. There it is, that low hanging base, and you probably have got some hail in there.
Mm-hmm.
Pan it over to the left just a little bit.
Okay.
I'm curious to see, because it was looking like a fairly good little hail core. So it's kind of right behind the cap. But I'm just curious if the skies are a little bit more of that greenish tint or something.
A little bit more of the whiter tint there.
Okay. We're trying to look maybe a little bit south and west, so maybe pan it over just a little bit more. But so there's the Capitol.
Oh, it's coming.
And you can see, here we go. This is going to be, and it's going to come through. This is going to be your hail and the downdraft here in just a second. You can kind of see right through there.
The leading edge right there.
The leading edge of that rain. And that's really coming. That's your hail. Okay. That's the downdraft part of the storm. That is where you've got some really, really intense rain. And just look at that. And it's going to be coming right across. So it's going to come basically right towards our camera. So we're going to see this move from left to right here, and kind of just skirt right along. That's some good hail. And you can see the left edge of that.
Yeah.
Where that's kind of coming through. I think that's going to overtake our camera here before too long, isn't it? Our camera is going to be shaking real
There
good.
It goes.
So that's going to be the gust front, the leading edge there. You get some really strong winds, and then that, the downdraft there. And boy, here it comes straight at us there in Springfield. Powerful storm, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Probably some hail that's in that as well. And that thing's looking, well, now, and our visibility is now officially
Zero.
gone, right?
Trying to pull it down to see if I can see something else, but I mean, it's that camera kind of loses control once we have precipitation hitting it. Wonder see if we can see if there's any hail. That's why I'm looking down at the roof to see if there's any hail showing up here, and I don't see any yet.
It would be, it might be bouncing off of all those bricks and whatnot here.
I think I see some drops here and there, but oh man, this camera is
an earthquake. It's an earthquake. No, I'm kidding.
So it looks like an earthquake every time I pull it up. Yeah,
I know, right? So I'll have you continue to kind of monitor the shot there. Let me know if you see anything, just so that people don't get sick from watching this bouncing camera.
Feel free. Yeah, no, I understand.
We'll come back over here and show you what is happening here in terms of the radar view. And here we go. Again, we're going to be watching all of these storms. So these are basically lifting to the north and east, kind of similar to what some of the other storms did. And we just got to keep kind of watching that guy there. We would be in a prime position there to look right into that storm where there could be, sometimes rotation. See this little kink that's starting to happen right about there.
Ooh.
Okay. So, but now the storm is pretty much over where our camera is. So that's, we won't be able to see much now as it's kind of coming in, but obviously a really intense storm that we've got there that is moving through the area. So that is just our first of what potentially could be mini storms. Severe thunderstorm warning there. It is over the airport. I'd be curious to see what the airport wind is, what the wind speeds that they could actually get there at the airport, because it's literally going to be right over them right now.
Quarter-sized hail at 2801 North 5th Street in Springfield. So they already reported some hail with this. Quarter size, that's about what we would need for a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, so there we go. Just looking at that storm here and reading where everybody's from. Paxton and Lerna and Muhammad in the house. Mattoon, Champaign, Royal, Tolono, Pana, Danville, Gilman, Seymour.
They just
Arcola.
expanded that severe thunderstorm warning there, Kevin.
Okay, great. I'm seeing a lot of you just rolling in here. Thanks for tuning in to our coverage. So this is just the beginning, guys. Pretty intense storm. So this is going to be heading up there towards Lincoln again. And they actually had some pretty good damage earlier from a storm that came through with some winds. So this is going to be heading into Logan County as it goes to the north and east. Here's the loop of it. And it's kind of widen the whole view out so you can kind of see this. And there's nothing in Champaign and Tuscola and Charleston and nothing along that I-57 corridor here just yet. But it's coming. So severe thunderstorm warning now, again, expanding up there into Logan County, Lake Fork area to Latham. It's just south of Lincoln is where that's going to be, but a pretty intense storm there. I'm wondering with our camera view, once it passes, maybe we can kind of see the back side of it as that rolls through, but there's probably some decent hail that's coming through there on the northeast side of town. You can see with that pink color, and there's even, and look at this. This is even a little white pixel. There's probably some decent hail that is in that storm. Be curious if anybody is in Springfield. I'm just going to kind of go through the chats and see what is going on there. And you can see that things are definitely picking up as it moves across the Sangamon County and Springfield area here at this time. Okay, so take a look here, and you can see that's the storm. And that may start to kind of clip kind of west of Riverton, all along there. Be curious if anybody's getting any hail there on the northeast side of town. Kind of cross over I-55. And as many of you are tuning in, I'm getting the classic, what about my town? What about my town? What's going to happen exactly in my town? So here's what I can tell you guys. So basically, between now and 8 o'clock, the entire viewing area is under a severe weather threat, under the potential for tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail. Everyone, okay? It's between now and 8 o'clock. Obviously, as we look at the radar here, areas to the west of I-57 are kind of the biggest areas that we're watching right now. But we're going to fill this in a little bit more as these storms come out of Missouri and then really kind of come into some of our southern and eastern counties as well.
Looks like they're getting a tornado watch ready.
Okay.
Starting to see some counties fill in on our graphics.
Okay, so it looks like tornado watch is coming here soon. And just got a report of 1 inch hail in Springfield. No surprise there. So they got some quarters showing up there near Springfield. So a tornado watch has now been issued. We're being told. So we'll get that graphic up and running here for you here in a little bit. But they've issued the ones for our Indiana counties. The Illinois counties will be coming here shortly, and then we'll share that graphic with you. But severe thunderstorm warning continues for Menard, Sangamon, and Logan counties. All right, there's our tornado watch. It is in effect until 10 p.m. tonight, and it includes a good chunk of our viewing area. And I'll let Adam work on the graphic there for us, and then we'll pop it up and show you the counties here that are going to be under that watch. And so I think, is it all the way up into Ford and Livingston County there too? Oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah, it's all the way up to northwest Indiana.
Okay.
It just took a while to plot it all.
So there it is. This is the new tornado watch in effect until 10 p.m. tonight. Be curious if the SPC with that watch, if there was any, what the details of that watch are. Just it's like a normal kind of regular tornado watch box that has been issued. They're saying primary threats include several tornadoes, likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Widespread damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts to 80 miles an hour and scattered large hail to 1.5 inches in diameter, so close to golf balls. That is what that tornado watch is saying here, guys. So that's from the Storm Prediction Center. Tornado watch is in effect. Now is the time to prepare. Now is the time to have a plan. Know what you're going to do if there eventually becomes a warning for your area, because we have the feeling that over the next few hours, things are going to start to happen here. Okay, folks? So that's what we're looking at here right now. That is the Stormtracker Doppler that has our severe thunderstorm warning cell that's just kind of come out of Springfield, heading up along I-55. Not a fun drive between Sherman and Williamsville and up to Lincoln. It has heavy rainfall, maybe some hail in there. Riverton, you're seeing it just to your west. Really strong storm. And be curious what the Springfield camera looks like now. What do you got over there?
So I'm on the backside of this storm now, Kevin. Kind of can see just where the concentration of all that precipitation is. Looking out towards the east-northeast there on the backside of it, you can kind of see the edge of that storm right there where the precipitation is, where it's a little bit more fuzzy and where it's a little bit more crisp. That's where the drier air is behind it. But yeah, definitely a lot easier to control this camera than it was just a few minutes ago here. You can see a lot of precipitation there, rain on top of the camera there. But yeah, a lot of it's just we're watching kind of right just to the north and east of the camera right there. That's where all the precipitation is right now. And again, was not surprised to hear that we had some hail reports there. Wish we hadn't have so many poles up there. It would be a nicer view, but yeah, there you go. You can kind of see right there. It's kind of the edge. You can see some of that scud there on the right-hand side. Stratocumulus underdeck is what we call it. Kind of has that fingery, weird, creepy look. And you can kind of see some of that starting to do that rising motion with it too. So that tells us that this thunderstorm's still kicking into high gear pretty well.
All right, very good. We got Seth. Is Seth with us there? I wonder if we can toss it over to him for a second and just kind of get his take on his thoughts on where he's going to be, where he's at, and what he's going to be doing. We've got your shot up there, Seth. There he is. Oh, I see him.
Which one is
he's giving us a wave? He's on 7. Go
7.
ahead and take
7.
Or 7 up there. There you go.
There you go.
All right, Seth. What's up, bud? Give me your location and tell us kind of your plan of action here.
Yeah, Kevin, we are currently here in Mattoon at the moment, just kind of hanging out. We're on Marshall Avenue. We're at a gas station there, the Moto Mart here in town. So we're just kind of positioning ourselves for some stuff later on. Of course, we're not close to that out there in Springfield, because we kind of have a suspicion that farther south down that line, kind of stuff in the St. Louis area at some point is going to be a problem around this direction, as we just saw in that new tornado watch graphic there. That includes a pretty good chunk of the area. But yeah, we're just kind of positioning ourselves here to kind of see, what that more kind of ripe environment brings us. And we were even outside earlier, just kind of noticed the air seems a little heavier out this way. Last check, we were at 77 on our temp here in Mattoon, dew point of 63. So things are set. Even saw the littlest bit of sunshine here for a while too. So we know that this particular part of the area is going to have that environment that's ready to go here at some point. But we're just kind of more or less playing a waiting game this direction. I think we're in a good spot for the stuff later on, but of course we got to wait for that to come with us here. So we're in Mattoon. We've got a number of ways we can pivot west if stuff starts to come in a little earlier. Of course, we can always head down south along 57 as well. So kind of playing it based on how this line is approaching right now. But right now, Kevin, it kind of looks like most of that action up there in the Springfield and even into Lincoln area, same kind of place that got that first round of storms this morning.
Okay there, Seth. Appreciate the report out there. Let us know what you're seeing. We'll check back with you, obviously, as kind of time goes on and see how things are playing out as you kind of position yourself to let us know what you're seeing out there in the storm tracker. Something that we've committed ourselves to doing is to getting you guys reports, being able to show you what's going on out in the field so that you don't have to. Let's go back to our severe thunderstorm warning cell that is now coming into Logan County. Boy, a rough drive there also. They're going to be along Highway 54, Lake Fork to Riverton. That area there, really, really strong storm. Tons of heavy rainfall with this. This is going to the north and east. And so this will continue to impact Logan County, but eventually down the line, maybe into McLean County.
So it looks like there's a storm report from the Decatur. This is outside of the thunderstorm right now, but the there in Macon County, the Decatur Airport at 54 miles per hour. So that's another thing we've kind of been talking about all day, how strong those winds have been outside of thunderstorms too as well. Really, Kevin, that's been one of the other main concerns, that it's going to be windy. You could even see some wind damage that has nothing to do with a thunderstorm, purely because you just have these strong wind gusts coming from the south. We've already seen a power pole get bent there on social media. I think Jacob shared that on his Facebook page, purely just because we had those gusty winds from non-thunderstorms. Just this entire system is dragging that air from the south to the north here, and that's what's causing a lot of the kind of blustery conditions out ahead of thunderstorms before they even start to form here.
So I just got a report here in Elkhart that the emergency manager is reporting 70 to 75 mile an hour winds and zero visibility, and that lines up perfectly. Look at that thing. Heavy rain, and then these colors that you see here, these brighter blues, some strong winds right there. We can actually kind of query and look at what the wind speeds are within that. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect. And again, those strong winds there, whenever you got those bright blues, at least in this case here, sometimes it's kind of the bright. So if you look up here at the top of the screen, and I'll kind of point it out to you so you kind of know what I'm talking about. This is just kind of good education. See this legend that's up here? So the winds, there's toward and away from the radar. Okay, so you've got toward the radar here with these greens to the blues, and then kind of these reds to pinks to kind of this tannish color there. When you get to these bright colors and you get on the ends of these, then you're talking about super strong winds here. And that's what's happening right there over Elkhart, maybe 70 to 75. Looks like they just extended the severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Logan County, including Lincoln up to Atlanta, and even parts of McLean County now. And again, sometimes we have to kind of look at some of these areas because there are a ton of wind turbines, and they can really kind of mess with the velocity. So oftentimes we have to look and go, okay, is that happening over a wind farm? Because that can sometimes cause issues, and we've kind of talked about that. But definitely right over Elkhart, those are strong winds. That's 70 to 75 mile per hour winds that they are experiencing there. And we're going to be continuing to watch that. So we got to be careful here looking at some of these velocity signatures, as I mentioned. Actually, I've got something that I can actually look at kind of on the side here that reminds me of exactly where some of those wind farms are, and kind of helps us kind of see some of those spots so we can better decipher if that's actually from a storm or from some of those wind farms. But definitely something we're keeping an eye on there. Some strong winds, maybe they're south and east of Atlanta. And again, we talked about kind of some of those bright colors that show up. So things are definitely pretty intense there. And this is just the beginning. And here's what I want to keep stressing to everybody. This is just the beginning here, because we have largely what we consider kind of an untapped atmosphere that's out here that we're concerned about. This is kind of the prime area we're thinking for tornadoes to form as this stuff kind of comes out of Missouri. So that's kind of the latest that we're looking at here. So it's approaching about 3:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warnings continuing. Things looking pretty good there near Mount Pulaski. That's into southern portions of Logan County. And this thing's going to be coming right at the Lincoln Weather Service radar. So let's hope that there'll be a bad time for something to go down with that. That's for sure, because we're going to need this over the next 4 to 5 hours as these storms roll through. Anything from the Weather Service? Did they mention anything there?
That severe thunderstorm warning for McLean, DeWitt, and Tazewell and Logan County. So that pretty broad one we were just been talking about with Elkhart, and that does include, I think, Lincoln right there. Actually, that's the one to the north. Excuse me. I apologize for that. The one north of Chestnut, that does include Atlanta and Lincoln, Armington, those spots right there. So that's the newest from them. New storm report there from Elkhart, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust from emergency manager. So there's that. Looks like we've got some really windy conditions there for some of the video. I'm going to look through it real quick that somebody posted here in the chat. But there's some really interesting stuff going on here in terms of the wind potential too. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. That's fast.
Yeah, definitely. Winds are a component today. Obviously, what everybody always kind of fears the most a lot of times are tornadoes, which obviously can be very bad. But sometimes wind can actually impact more people because it's so widespread. So that's something we've got to carefully monitor as well, these winds. And here, it's windy, like you said. If you've got, do you have the wind speeds graphic, like current wind gust graphic?
I can pull that up.
Just want to show like what some of those wind gusts are, even without
right now, Kevin,
any thunderstorms that are popping up there. You go ahead and put Max one into one of your guys over there, and I'll let you kind of control that there for a second.
Okay.
And talk about just how things are really strong right now in terms of non-thunderstorm wind gusts. Those winds there that, we haven't had reports of blowing dust and whatnot yet, but I have a feeling that that could occur at some point here, before the real heavy stuff gets in. We could have some of that like we had last week. So there you go. There's your graphics. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so right now we've got, Kevin, going on just strong wind gusts even outside of thunderstorms here. That's been one of the messages for the entire day is that, we've got the severe weather, but in order to facilitate that severe weather out ahead of that cold front, out ahead of that low pressure system, we've got strong wind gusts. 51 miles per hour there in Champaign, Urbana, 45 in Mattoon, 33 in Effingham. This is not including anything with thunderstorms either. This is just the general wind gusts as well, and that's pulling in air from the south that's been pretty untapped and pretty unstable and moving it northward too as well. So we've got a little bit more of that advection happening. Remember, advection is where you take a air mass from one spot to another via the wind, and it's pulling it northward here. When we have cooler temperatures coming in, those cold winds from the north and west, it's cold air advection. This is the opposite, warm air advection here. And again, it's bringing in more of that moisture. I know Seth is down there in the Mattoon area, and as he's mentioned before, that they have more of the kind of the heavy air there, and he can kind of feel that heaviness there. Well, that's because you're getting more of that muggy, moist, unstable air dragging a little bit more northward too. And again, so this is just something we've kind of also been talking about. It seems like a secondary hazard, but again, we've already seen some impact from it there today, just with some of the wind gusts we've gotten outside of thunderstorms. So something to keep an eye out for too is that you may not hear rumbles of thunder, but man, you will hear that wind howling before those storms come a-knocking.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for the update over there. Let's we'll switch it back over to our radar here and talk about how we've got something looking a little bit concerning here. And this is going to be just north of Waynesville near McLean, and just radar signatures here. This is where we kind of look for sometimes the potential for some rotation. Okay. And so Funks Grove up here, McLean, I-55, north of Waynesville. This is an area to watch. Be paying attention up here. You know, if you're up towards the Randolph area, this whole location along here definitely looking like it could be bringing the potential for a tornado. Actually, there we go. Just as I said it, there it is. Okay, tornado warning in effect now here for McLean County. So let me just take a look at a couple of things here, guys. So I think what we're going to do is we will just go ahead and take this with production, and we will go wall to wall here with this, guys, on television. So let us kind of get that going. You go ahead and let them know if you can. And we are going to be going on air for a tornado warning. This is an exact area I just mentioned. And so we're talking about right here near McLean. Okay, some of this rotation between Waynesville and McLean is what we're looking at. So if you are in that area, Hayworth, Downs, Leroy, you guys are all under this tornado warning that is now in effect. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be going on the air here momentarily and talking about these storms. So obviously those of you that are with us online, we're going to switch things to our production feed, and then you'll hear everything going through them, everything that's on TV. I encourage you to, again, get the app, download it. If you need to go to your tornado safe spot, if you know anybody up there in McLean County, let them know that this storm is coming through and is looking pretty intense right now. We've got a tornado warning that is now in effect here. It actually does include the Bloomington normal area, and then from McLean over to Hayworth. So if we can, we're going to be going on here in just a second on TV as we link the two together. We jump on when we have severe thunderstorm warnings for all of our online folks, and then we marry that together with everyone on television. But we will continue the live streaming on here as well. I'm just waiting for confirmation from our production crew that will have that. Okay, guys, so we're getting ready to do that, and there may be a brief break, but we're going to be right back here with you. All right, breaking into programming here as we have a tornado warning that is in effect for portions of McLean County. So McLean County, tornado warning where we've got right here just east of McLean, where we've got some rotation on the storm. It's right along 136, okay? East of McLean is where we have some rotation on this. The National Weather Service issuing their first tornado warning there of the day in our area. We've already had some storms with some really intense winds, some 70 to 75 mile an hour winds. Most recently as this storm came through down around the Elkhart area, which is down here into portions of Logan County, where they have a severe thunderstorm warning, really powerful cell from Mount Pulaski down to Lake Fork. And then right now, the biggest concern is with our storm that is now in southwestern portions of McLean County, going to the northeast, going to be riding there between I-55 and 136. That's kind of what we're looking at here. If we can, we'll take our graphics full here and show you the radar. And that's the area of concern that we're going to have, is the potential for this to kind of come right up there, you know, between Hayworth and the area of Randolph there. You definitely need to be in your tornado safe spot if you are out there tonight, because this is a very powerful storm, one that, again, could produce a tornado. It's, you know, it's going to be really tough to say whether or not that is happening. And, you know, depending upon where you are, you just need to act as if that actually is the case. Okay, guys, because there is rotation on this. There's been an increase in the past kind of 10 to 15 minutes. And so what we can do here is we're going to sort of kind of let you follow along. And if we can, guys, if you can give me the chroma key on this, you know, what I'm going to do is kind of talk about what the storms are doing over there on the wall and give you guys a little bit of a kind of breakdown of kind of how things are playing out here with us. So what we're going to do here is first up, kind of pull up some of our graphics here that will show us this storm that is moving across portions of McLean County. And then you can see this whole line. And I know a lot of you are saying, well, what about us, over here in Champaign and Effingham and Shelbyville? There's not much going on here yet, and there really isn't. And it's going to be a little bit before that happens. But the main concern is for areas here into McLean County. So we'll zoom back into this. And there's just this sliver, the kind of corner here. You see this little kink that we've got? So right here, it's going to be west of Hayworth. Here's Randolph. Right here, rotation, that's Funk's Grove. This is going to the north and east and going to be crossing 51. It's right there along 136 and 51. If you are in Randolph, you want to be in your tornado safe spot. We'll zoom things back out and just kind of show you a little bit wider view. So here's Downs. This is I-74. Okay, you guys are in that tornado warning as well. It is going to be coming on to potentially the south side of, say, the Bloomington Normal area here. The warning does include Bloomington Normal. And again, right along the DeWitt County line, we are watching other storms that are down here as well, though. So these are severe thunderstorm warned in Logan County, now moving out of the Lincoln area. And the concern with those are obviously the really strong winds, because this had 70 to 75 mile an hour winds most recently, and it's coming through the Mount Pulaski area right now, and then eventually maybe coming into Macon County. So there's Maroa that's over here. And so this storm is also moving to the north and to the east, and the potential is going to be for this area to sustain some really strong winds and could have some issues here in terms of just how things are going to play out today. So I want to, just because we got a lot of people that are on edge here today, and they are wondering, how are things going to play out? What about Danville? And what about Tuscola and Mattoon and Charleston and Paris and Toledo and Shelby, Effingham? We can name every city. We don't got time to do that. But I can just tell you right now, see this area here? It's primed. It's ready to go for severe thunderstorms, okay? It's ready to go for the potential for tornadoes. This area here largely did not see anything from this morning. So we have an atmosphere that is untouched and has all of the parameters and ingredients there. So what's going to happen is we're going to have some activity kind of coming out of the Missouri area. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to kind of back things up just a little bit more, because there are additional storms that are down here. So this is it. Look at all these storms here in Missouri. Okay, these are going north and east, and so these may eventually come into our area of central Illinois. Already confirmed tornado on this cell here. We kind of line that up. Okay, if this continues in the same direction, and you're talking about getting into maybe down the line Shelby and Moultrie and Coles and Edgar, Cumberland counties. So that is the major concern that we've got. We're on the air right now due to the fact that there is a tornado warning that is in effect here for McLean County. And you can see they've actually, they've issued a second one here. So another area. So 2 tornado warnings now. So this now includes DeWitt County. Okay, so this now includes the Clinton area. So a brand new tornado warning. Let's take a look at this and see what we can see on the velocity. We'll try to switch things over and take a quick glance at that. So we might have something right about there. This is just east of the Lincoln Doppler radar. And a little bit of rotation on that. That will be moving to the north and to the east. So in Wapella, you definitely want to be in your tornado safe spot there between Barnett and Waynesville. So this is a second tornado warning that is now in effect. And this is into the DeWitt County area. And the concern is going to be for that storm to definitely produce, potentially produce a tornado. So that is going to be impacting places like Midland City. They're seeing that storm kind of come right over you. So Midland City, you're seeing that. Definitely be watching out for things there into DeWitt County and still parts of McLean County. So we've got 2 tornado warnings that are in effect. Tornado sirens are most likely going off in the Clinton area, okay, because you guys are just within that. Your phones are probably going off in Wapella there as well. And that's because we've got a couple different areas that we're watching. So rotation right here. And what we'll do, just to get you kind of down in, we can get you to kind of the street level of this and kind of show you right here where we might have some of that. So that's going to be hanging there along Highway 10, of course. We talked about Midland City there, 2150th Avenue. rotation on our storm. That's exactly what we've got at this time. So if you are in this area right here, that's the rotation. Okay. And this is going to be going off here to the north and to the east. And so you need to be in your tornado safe spot. If you are anywhere here into portions of kind of northwestern portions of DeWitt County, and we'll zoom things out a little bit here. Rotation here. This will lift to the north and east. Midland City. There's Barnett. Wapella is up here. I don't want to discount just how strong the storm is that's going to be coming into the Latham area. Hail, that's what the purple color you see here is. You're getting some large hail anywhere that's in that. And then we'll come back up to our other storm that has the tornado warning in McLean County. And now we're going to be watching places up here close to Hayworth, just north and west of Hayworth between Funks Grove and Randolph. We'll click on the velocity on that to look at the winds. Again, velocity is basically showing us the winds here. And so here's where some of that rotation is, right along 136. If you're in Randolph, be in your tornado safe spot between Randolph. There's Hayworth. There's Downs up here. You got I-55. Obviously a lot of semi-traffic that travels along I-55 there in US 51. This is the rotation. This storm is literally moving here to the north and to the east. And that is the biggest concern. The two biggest areas that we've got right now here into McLean County. And then our secondary one that's down here coming out of Logan County and moving into western portions of DeWitt County here at this time. So those are the two storms we're looking at, and things are going to continue to rapidly kind of fire up here over the next few minutes. And Adam, you're tracking some of the storms out here for us as well, and keeping an eye on things.
I was going to let you know that ISU has issued an alert there for the students there at school. So that was one thing I wanted to relay there for their normal in Bloomington.
Gotcha. So in the Bloomington normal area, obviously, I'm an alert going out to the students. No surprise, because obviously that warning does include Bloomington normal right now. We'll have to see there. I would say that my concern is maybe just a little bit south of there, but still nothing to be discounted just yet. If you're in Downs, Hayworth, okay, you should be in your tornado safe spot. Leroy, you're technically within the warning there. We'll just go ahead and say, hey, you might want to just, be watching things. You're kind of in the corner of that warning, but we've got some cells that are kind of trying to merge and moving into an atmosphere that will be very conducive for things to spin. Okay, we're going to have some spin going on out there. And it looks like a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So what we'll do is we'll back things out here a little bit more and then kind of show you this new one, which now stretches into portions of Piatt County. Okay, butts right up to Ford County here and northern portions of Macon County, basically for this huge cell that we've got. And Adam, if you want to, maybe pull up the Decatur camera, look to the north.
That's what I was thinking too, yeah.
Maybe we'll fire up the Decatur camera. We'll look north there. And so I'll let you position that. And once you get that, we'll let you kind of show that off. But we now have a very large severe thunderstorm warning. Within that severe thunderstorm warning polygon are two tornado warnings here. And the two areas, and we'll just kind of hit them back and forth, just kind of bounce back and forth between the two and kind of show you what we're thinking. Boy, again, could be another one of those scenarios where it could be tough to kind of see this tornado embedded in the, boy, there's some strong winds. That's some strong winds right there between Barnett and Waynesville. If you're in Wapella, anywhere here, basically US 51. And then kind of coming out of Waynesville, you want to be careful with this storm. Just north of Highway 10, really, really strong winds. That's probably some 75-mile-an-hour wind gust, maybe even a tornado that could be in there, but this is exactly where that tornado warning is still in effect, and this is moving off here to the north and east as well. So let's bring it out here. We'll try to get you up to our other storm that is up here into McLean County and bring you back up to that one. try to find where some of that rotation might be up there.
You know, one thing, Kevin, that I'm looking for these storms right now on the camera, and I'll tell you, it's hard to see anything up there. And one thing they mentioned there in the chat is that really there's been low visibility. So if there is a tornado in there, you're not going to see it. You're not going to see the funnel cloud. You're not going to see it touch down. It's going to be one of those where you just have a hard time seeing. If you want to pull up Max 1 real quick behind you there, you can see right where it's going to be. Just really gray skies and hard to see anything up there on there onto the Decatur camera. So it's hard to see really anything from this. And really, I'm trying to piece apart and see where I can find some structure that would give me an idea of where any sign of a rotation would be, but I'm seeing nothing but gray and just a lot of rain out there too. So that's the thing. These are going to be rain wrapped most likely if you have a tornado, if there is a tornado out there. So that's why we got to really heed these warnings too. I know a lot of folks like to go outside and check out and see if they can see it, but this is not one of those times to do that, especially with a really primed atmosphere like this. So we want you to get to your safe space as soon as possible because really that's going to be where you're going to be ultimately your safest, because if you don't know where this is coming from, it's hard to really know what's going on here. So again, kind of watching areas of rising motion too right now. I'm kind of panning back and forth on the camera, so I apologize on that, trying to see if there's any structures that catch my eye. But again, it's really hard to really see what's going on here. I can't tell what that is in front of me there on that camera. I can't tell if that's just some scud or if that is or if that's a little bit more of a lowering.
The contrast there, I mean, it does kind of look like some scud. We just can't see if obviously if that's doing any rotation.
Right, that's hard to do.
But I'm seeing, I see exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, so it's a messy situation. Looks like it didn't last very long, so it probably was just some scud or stratocumulus underdeck, kind of things that look a lot scarier than they really are. But it does show where rising motion is. So again, those are spots we kind of want to look for when we look at severe weather and look at thunderstorms, because that can tell you a lot about what's going on in the environment just by looking at it. So yeah, really hard to see. I know I'm panning back and forth, and I apologize to our viewers who are kind of watching, but it's really just to kind of give you an idea that yes, there probably is something in there, but we can't really see what's in there because of the precipitation. Whatever's in there is going to be rain wrapped and hard to see. So take these warnings very seriously, because it's not one of those where you can go out and see what's going on. You're going to have to really rely on just what you hear from us telling you to get to your shelter.
Okay, thanks a lot, Adam. We'll come back over here, and I'm going to let you keep talking about what's going on, what you see there on camera. We have got, again, 2 tornado warnings in effect. If you are in if you're in Clinton right now, that storm it's right on top of you. You've got some really, really heavy rainfall there. And then Kenny, you guys probably have some hail. That's some very large hail, that purple color that you see right there. So large hail with our storm there. And then we come back up here, Waynesville, where we're looking at a lot of areas here where we've got, some possible rotation within here. We're getting reports maybe of some wind damage. We talked about just how strong the winds are, and we'll switch that back on here. And again, this is what we were kind of showing you earlier with these brighter pixels that show up here. Those are your, 70-mile-per-hour winds that are probably within that storm. And so there's severe thunderstorm warning for the whole area. And then you've got essentially the tornado warnings within that. So this is just the graphic with just the warnings on it there for you, as you can see. So large area of severe thunderstorm warnings embedded within that, your tornado warnings for DeWitt, Logan, McLean counties. And again, if you are in Piatt County right here saying, hey, nothing's going on yet, but we've got a warning. It's going to be a little bit before it gets to you, but just kind of letting you guys know that the storm is pretty intense and rapidly moving to the north and east. And so if you're down there from Clinton to the Tunbridge area, boy, it is coming down pretty good. And, Adam, we're watching this here. What do you got on the camera there again? We'll switch it back.
So yeah, I'm looking at the Decatur camera and flipping back and forth here, trying to figure out exactly what would be the best spot to kind of look for things. But as we mentioned before, it's probably going to be rain wrapped. Did see some reports there looking at the chat real quick. So you're going to look at that image while I look at the chat again. A little bit of damage out there from Elkhart. Looks like a lot of 2-inch hail to over 1.5 inch hail. Pea-sized hail right now in Kinney there, just reported a little bit ago. And possibly maybe some spots there where we could have seen maybe a funnel cloud report. Again, that's just within the chat, so nothing confirmed. But again, these are just things that are being relayed to the National Weather Service. And for us, we're just trying to use that to kind of get an idea of where things are and relay it back to you guys there on 3V the TV. But so I'm looking right now, and it's just really hard to see anything. It looks like there might be scud, but again, that scud is very misleading sometimes. It's not going to be those classic videos you see on TV or in the movies where you can see everything that's going on. Right now, it's more you just got to find what you can look for, and that looks a lot like stratocumulus under deck, or scud as we call it. It shows a lot of rising motion, but not seeing any rotation. So again, hard to tell what exactly is going on here. And this is from the Decatur camera looking northward here, as we're looking at those storms in McLean County here. Again, really hard to see. It is pretty far away too, so whatever we do see, most likely is going to be rain wrapped and hard to really identify as well. I can't tell if that's a funnel cloud right there, Kevin, or not. It's hard to really see exactly what's going on here.
You mentioned just kind of the tough contrast that that we're going to be getting from all of this. So it's tough to say, but
and I feel bad for the viewers at home that can't really see probably as well as I can some of that stuff.
I can see it a little bit there.
Yeah.
It's there on the kind of the right side of the screen. And just to the left of the tower there is what you're looking at. So the direction that you're looking at right there,
is it too far to the east or the west?
I mean, no, I think it's a pretty good spot. I got to tell you, I feel like the rotation on that is trying to kick up a little. Can you pan it over to the right just a little bit? Keep going over to the right just a little bit there. Yeah, it's tough to see some scud in there. Yeah, well, that is an area of concern. I'll be curious to see what the Weather Service does here with this storm. And that's looking up towards Maroa. And there's a little area there that we're watching on radar that it's got my attention a little bit. But now we can kind of see that a little bit better. I don't see anything all the way, to the ground there, but it is that little lowering that there is the concern about for these storms to move through. So good thing is we've got eyes on it, and we can continue to monitor it. I'm going to have you just keep watching that, and then I'll come back over to the radar and kind of show you what I'm talking about here in terms of our storm. And so let's take a look at this here. So this is Clinton. You've got Maroa. That's right here. Big part of the storm, but you know what? Little something here is what we're looking at. Anytime you start to get these little kinks in here, and you get a little bit of a notch that tries to form, you get sometimes some inflow into the storm, and you can get a little rotation to get going. So that is something that we're going to be watching here. There are some really strong winds within this as well. And then we got to look at, obviously there's a lot, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of wind farms and whatnot. And sometimes that messes with the velocity on the radar. And so we have to kind of look at it and go, okay, is that what I think it is? I can tell you this is a really intense storm. No matter how you slice it, it's just a matter of, are we getting rotation within it or not? But we're kind of looking at it there. Again, right along 51, Maroa, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Clinton, you guys are getting pummeled probably with hail right now, probably getting a lot of hail over there in the Clinton area. So definitely, boy, hope you put the car in the garage, because you're probably getting some hail there. Well, maybe some quarter size hail is probably my best guess on what some of that could be. Be safe out there, guys. I know a lot of people, again, tuning in and going, well, what's going to happen here in Champaign, and what's going to happen here in Monticello and Tuscola? Well, we're just in the beginning stages of this, folks. See the stuff coming out of Missouri. We're going to have to watch that carefully. The stuff that's all the way down here. This is what eventually kind of moves to the north and east, and then could move in and bring us that severe potential for the rest of us. But we don't have anything yet. And here's what I like to tell people. If we're not talking about you right now, that's a good thing. We're not talking about locations where you're at. That's a good thing. That means there's nothing going on, because if there's something happening in your general area, we're going to be on top of it and telling you. So Champaign, you've got a bit. Okay. Charleston, Effingham, you've got a bit. Right now, our concerns for folks between Maroa, Clinton, Hayworth, up to Bloomington, right along that US 51 corridor, and then heading through eastern portions of McLean County into DeWitt County. Farmer City there, we'll be watching you guys up towards Aerosmith and Bellflower as this moves to the north and east. Here's the loop that we can show you, so you can kind of see the direction that these are moving. They're moving to the northeast, so eventually down the line, we're talking Ford County here. We're going to have to be monitoring things. But again, these storms that are back here are just getting going to the south and west, so we'll have to wait and see how those kind of play out here, and then the activity coming out of the Missouri area as well. Anything new on what you're seeing there on the weather camera there?
Yeah, nothing new on the weather camera. taking a look over at the chat just to see what's going on, if they've got anything new as well. And Kevin, I will tell you that these storms are really just hard to see what's going on here with some of this stuff. And as a storm spotter, I mean, there are even spotters there in McLean County that are having a hard time piecing out exactly what they're seeing, because it's just hard to see with the rain, the low visibility, how far away some of the stuff is. If we had a camera right there in McLean County, it'd make things a lot easier. We have one in Normal, but it's facing the wrong direction. So again, that doesn't really help us at all. Where we're looking at right now is the spot you would want to look for if you were in Decatur trying to find any of that tornadic activity, or if you're looking for any of the funnel clouds or anything just in general, kind of give you that idea of what's going on here. I'm kind of watching some of the scud just to get an idea of what maybe is some spots there of some rising motion. And again, an updraft is an area of rising motion, but it's really hard to tell what's going on with some of these storms because they're just so heavy and rain wrapped. And again, you're not going to have the classic, let me look outside and see what's going on. No. Get in your safe space when you are under that tornado warning, because even if trained spotters are having a hard time spotting this, that means you're going to have an even harder time with rain, wind, and low visibility. It's a messy. These are messy supercells that are running through the region right now. I'll tell you that right now. And normally we do get some very high precipitation supercells, but at least we can usually see some features here. And these are not very helpful at all.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And what I'm gonna do is we'll pop back over to the chroma key if we can, guys. I'm gonna jump on over there and just kind of do some more analysis of the storms that we're seeing. We're coming up on our 4 o'clock newscast, the start of our 4 p.m. newscast here. And we're just going to continue to roll with this, obviously, because we've got tornado warnings that are still in effect. And we're watching areas up here from DeWitt County and into portions of McLean County. So let's do a little storm analysis here. Let's just kind of look at things here a little closer. If you're in Clinton, I bet you got some hail here most recently. Probably had some hail that formed there with the storms. And so what we'll do here is fire up our little toolbar here that allows us to really kind of analyze and look into the storms even more. And so here we go. Tornado warning in effect right here into northern portions of DeWitt County. So they've definitely shrunk this down quite a bit. Boy, and again, if there is something, you're not going to see this thing, okay? We're talking about embedded tornadoes within that really, really heavy rainfall. And so you're not going to see much there. So keep that in mind. But for everybody out there into portions of DeWitt County within the polygon here, and that includes Rapella, kind of stay in your safe spot. Be watching things. If you're over towards Farmers City, while you're not seeing much here just yet, you're going to potentially see the potential for tornadoes to form again anywhere along this. And I'm just kind of watching these little signatures. You know, these are little characteristics and things that we look at and can sometimes. Okay, it looks like they extended the tornado warning there. Looks like, okay, so now we're up here, up into the northeastern portions of McLean County. So we'll take a look at that. Not seeing a ton right there right now. So we'll try to come in here and analyze this guy a little bit more for you. Come in. And there we go. This is east of Bloomington now. So there's Ellsworth, there's Aerosmith, and we switch over to the velocity, which will show us the winds here. Boy, some really strong winds, no matter how you slice it, but we might have still a little bit of rotation, maybe kind of showing up here over towards the Ellsworth area. Again, very strong storm that is moving in there. We're going to have to watch out there up into Livingston County as well. So Livingston County, you may have that occasional you may have a warning coming your way, and we're watching there into Ford County as well. But right now, the biggest issue that we're having is the potential for a tornado there into northeastern McLean County. And again, that storm that is just kind of ramping up a little bit more. And what I want to do is come back to our reflectivity here real quick and go back to our storm that is down here. I mentioned it just briefly there for a second, but sometimes when you just kind of look at these little appendages here a little bit closer and has me going, let's just watch that area there. And it's the same spot we've been looking at on our weather camera. So there's Lane. Of course, you got Highway 10 here. It goes from Clinton over to Weldon. And this is an area that we'll watch. Right now, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. That means really gusty winds. And here's the thing. We've got strong winds even without thunderstorms in a lot of areas. And we've had non-thunderstorm wind gusts of 55, 60 miles an hour. We've had confirmation of some 75-mile-an-hour gust earlier in Logan when the storms were coming through. And we had some damage over there near Lincoln. from earlier storms. So we're getting the strong winds even without thunderstorms around. So that is something to kind of keep in mind. But right now, the Weather Service is still kind of looking at our two different cells that we have here. I'm just going to pull up some of their information and see what they're thinking about these warnings and whether or not they're going to continue some of them. Let's see here. They've got a spotter that is talking about maybe a funnel cloud trying to form over towards the Warrensburg area. That's one of the emergency managers. And that's kind of looking at, so let's go over there to Warrensburg and the Niantic area and just see what they're seeing down that way. Okay, so that was a little bit ago, a few minutes ago, but this just got my curiosity piqued, okay, in that area. Just kind of watching this here, okay, looking in this general direction. This is getting kind of messy, but sometimes these storms will cycle and kind of go through some different stages, and that may be what's happening here. So I would just kind of be watching things there. Adam, I see you've got the camera that's pulled up over there.
In Decatur, yeah, I'm still hunting and looking for what I can find to the north. And again, we've just been trying to go through these storms and nothing but just gray and rainfall here. Because again, if you're going to see a tornado, if there is a tornado, if there is a funnel cloud, man, you have to get really close to it. Not a very good situation to be in. So again, keep that in mind that this is not one of those, let's go outside and look, get in your safe space. Rain-wrapped tornadoes can be extremely dangerous and very hard to see. Visibility is a key component here, and you're going to be losing that key component here. I will say this has nothing to do with the actual tornadoes, but the striations on these storms are really impressive. It kind of shows how intense these thunderstorms are. If you zoom way back out, you can kind of see the edges on the bottom of it and some of the striations up top on these thunderstorms. They really are in a great environment, and they're really kind of taking advantage of that, and you can see the shapes getting molded by it from all these storms. So again, I know it's hard to see what's going on right now. I keep scanning the horizon, and it's just not looking at, I just can't find what I'm looking for here, and less features than even before here. A lot of gray, a lot of thunderstorm activity. I've been looking at the chat, and you mentioned a little bit ago there, Kevin, that might have had a spotter here or there looking at some spots here, possibly a funnel cloud. Not sure what we've seen so far or what they've seen so far, because again, it's just hunting for these are really hard to do right now. A lot of hail reports though too. I think I've seen one or two that were about over 1.5 inches in some spots close to 1 inch too. So we've also seen these things pack a lot of hail. Very classic supercell characteristics for hail damaging winds. We've seen it on velocity of just how strong those have been. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, keep looking at things. I will say this on radar. This has got me looking at things and going, all right, what do we got going on here? So north and east of Maroa, starting to see some really strong winds here with this. So I want to take you in. And while you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, this definitely just it's caught my attention a little bit. You've got some strong winds here. You may be starting to get a little bit of this inflow out ahead of this here. And maybe a little bit of rotation that is trying to form on that storm. So I'm just kind of taking a look at a couple of things here. And yeah, it's tough to say, but those are some really strong winds that are within that. Even if we don't have, a tornado trying to form, some of those pixels there are indicating, maybe some 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's kind of this brighter color that you're getting right here. So this is some strong winds. It's going to be south and east of Clinton. Oh, there we go. There we go. Just said it. There's the tornado warning. Okay. Told you, we saw this thing. I said, that looks suspicious to me. And there it is. So tornado warning now in effect here. Let's zoom this out. Okay, we're going to zoom this out. And so let's see where this includes. I'm going to switch this back over to our reflectivity. So now between Weldon and DeWitt, get in your tornado safe spot right now. Get there right now. This includes DeLand, Farmer City, and the Mansfield area. Okay, let's see how far to the east this goes. So it looks like it comes up to Farmer City. Here's Mahomet. Champaign County is right here. So this goes all the way to Mansfield, Farmer City, and it's because of this area right here, west of the Weldon area. Get in your tornado safe spot. We were just looking at this on the velocity, and it caught my attention a little bit. And sure enough, this is what we're talking about. Just south of DeWitt. Rotation there, that's going to be right there coming into along 54 and 48 north of 10. this is where we've got rotation. Weldon, get in your safe spot right now. If you know somebody there, call them up, tell them to get there, because we've got rotation on this and the potential for a tornado. Rotation has picked up in the last few scans, and they've gone ahead and issued this between DeWitt to Weldon. This includes Farmer City. And again, this rotation is definitely showing up here on radar, so please take this seriously. We have a tornado warning that is in effect now for portions of DeWitt and northern Piatt counties. We're carefully monitoring this as this storm is lifting to the north and east. The rotation on it, again, is showing up near the Weldon area and is going to be crossing over Highway 48 within the next few seconds, most likely. Radar indicated tornado. Tornado warning does continue here, and we're watching this very carefully, guys. So continue to seek shelter if you're in this general area. We'll kind of back this out. We'll try to put a little bit of a storm path on it, show you exactly where it's going. Hey, Adam, do you have the latest speed on this?
Speed, let me get 1 second. See, I've got the velocity pulled up right now. If you want to pull over there and see the green and red a little bit more, but I can pull up the speeds. Just give me a quick minute. It's
trace the how fast the storm itself is moving there. So I can do it. I'm going to do a little storm path over here.
Give me 1 second.
Tell you what, I think I got it here.
Got it. Okay.
Moving northeast at 55. So 55. If we can, guys, here, go and come back over here to me on the wall. Then we're going to do this this cone here. That's essentially going to kind of plot this out. I'm going to do it right here on this corner where we think some of that rotation is actually happening, and kind of put it up here to the north and to the east. And so, in Weldon here in the next few minutes, you got Farmer City there by 422. There's Mansfield at 428. If this would kind of continue along its path here, because it's moving as quick as it is, you're talking about half an hour maybe coming up there towards the Muhammad area. So again, just depending upon where exactly that center of circulation is, because this thing is moving really quick. It's going at 55 miles per hour. Concern here, if you are basically right along north of Highway 10, and this is the area from DeWitt, DeLand, and coming into the Farmer City. If you're in Farmer City, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. In Parnell, you want to be in your tornado safe spot as well. This thing, if you're in Mansfield, the same thing. This is where we have some of the rotation on the storm, and we're seeing that right here. There's Highway 48, where 48 and 54 are north of Highway 10, and the rotation on this is increasing. So this is moving to the north and east at a rapid pace. DeLand is there. Weldon, right there along Highway 10. And as we back it out, now you're talking about Mansfield, and here's Farmer City. Right there it is, and it's moving off here to the north and to the east. And so this storm is going to track right through northern portions of Piatt County, okay? There it is. That's your rotation on the storm. It's going to pass right through northern portions of Piatt County here. And then this is Champaign County here, folks. Okay, this comes up here. So now you got Muhammad. That's right here. Now you're not under the warning yet, but you're going to want to be carefully monitoring things because the rotation on this has picked up. It's moving to the north and east. I'll even give a heads up there, eventually into Ford County, something to be monitoring and kind of watching to see how this storm is. But here's Farmer City, tornado safe spot. Here's your rotation. That is showing up, and that's going to be kind of just north of DeLand and along Highway 10. We're seeing that. And Adam, I'll have you on maybe the Champaign camera, start to point that thing straight to the west and see what we're seeing. If you're up in the Parnell area, you're definitely getting some hail on this. And what I'll do is, and we'll turn the reflectivity on, that's some pretty good hail, that purple color that you see right there. But the rotation on this, and where there could be, and I say could be, a tornado, is going to be generally right here in this location where this kind of kink is happening. So you got this area right there. That's just north and along Highway 48. That is going to be where the tornadic circulation is on the storm. Farmer City, DeLand, Mansfield. This is the area of highest concern at this moment. If you are in any of these towns, if you're in these rural areas in between, Weldon, DeLand, Mansfield to Farmer City, back towards DeWitt, that whole area, you need to be in your tornado safe spot, because this thing could form a tornado and do so with little to no notice, because it's already rotating out there, and it doesn't take much more for us to get this thing going. Generally, this is moving to the north and east pretty rapidly at about 55 miles an hour. So just to give you an idea of what's happened over the last few hours and kind of show you the path of these storms, what we'll do is we'll just kind of zoom this out a little bit, and then we'll put this in motion. And then watch these storms rapidly kick off here to the north and east. Look at the activity that's down here, back into eastern Sangamon County, heading into maybe eventually Christian County. Those are going to rapidly move to the north and east. And the severe potential will continue for the rest of us that have not seen much yet, but may still as we go throughout the course of the next 3 to 4 hours. This is kind of the prime time, is between now and say 8 o'clock, that we could have severe weather. And so right now, tornado warning continues. We'll come back in here and get you right down in to show you the very latest. I'll show you Farmer City. There it is. Again, there's Parnell is just mentioning how you probably have some pretty good hail. So this is the classic kind of signature where you've got hail here on the north side, and then you get this inflow in here, some winds kind of wrapping in, and then a little bit of rotation. You might have that tornado right there along Highway 48 and Highway 10 there. Weather Service, I'm mentioning anything there most recently there, Adam?
Yeah, we're looking right now. Reports of rotation from a train spotter out there a quarter mile west of Weldon. Then Aerosmith has reports of coming in some heavy rain, poor visibility, no surprises there. And then we've even seen some hail pictures here, and I can't obviously show them, but some hail pictures from like Kenny and stuff, and they've been really big hailstones out there. So yeah, really interesting to see how this is all kind of shaping up here. Looks like we might have a few spots here of just some reports of, flooding too, as well, in a few locations, some flash flooding there back in Springfield. So again, quite the event here we're kind of watching right now. I did see a video on there I might have to look into later here for our NWS chat, but I will say possibly could see some good stuff in here, or not good stuff, but some activity in here. But yeah, no, not anything really new. No new warnings. They're still continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for Menard, Sangamon, Morgan, Christian, DeWitt, and Logan County, and they're issuing a flash flood report there from Springfield and Sangamon County too.
All right, so a newer updated radar scan, and boy, I tell you, there's a rotation on this. You said you got some spotters. We're seeing it here on radar as well, and this is now going to be just kind of south of Farmer City. So rotation here that we're looking at, and we can see it here on radar right here. See where some of these reds and these greens are coming together? That's the rotation. It's here south of Farmer City. This is where that potential tornado could be. You've got I-74 that's right here, okay? Mansfield here as well. This is going to continue to move to the north and east, and probably somewhere between Farmer City and Mansfield. Too close to say, so be in your tornado safe spot. Rotation is present. Strong winds are associated with this as well. Even if there isn't a tornado, there are some really strong winds on the leading edge of this, but definitely seeing that rotation over here near Farmer City, and just kind of be on alert there in the northern portions of Piatt County. Eventually, maybe the corner of southeastern corner of McLean County. So you're talking Osmond, Bellflower, maybe northwestern Champaign County, up near the Foosland area. Just want you to guys kind of be on guard, because this is continuing to go up here to the north and to the east. We'll kind of zoom this back out here just a little bit more and kind of show you the wider view. We'll throw back on the regular radar view. That's kind of the wind view here. And this is the classic kind of view that we get, where you get this little bit of a hook. It's trying to kind of wrap up a little bit. But there's Farmer City. You guys probably have some hail. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys, especially on the north side of town there, probably got some pretty decent hail that formed with this and is falling there on the downdraft there of the storm, where the winds come rushing in. You get all the heavy precipitation and the hail, but it's just down here where this is trying to wrap up just a little bit more, and rotation being seen there probably on the south side of Farmer City. Get in your tornado safe spot anywhere between Mansfield, and I'm going to say even up there into the southeastern corner of McLean County there as well, because this thing is basically going to go kind of right through here and probably crossing over I-74. So traffic, and there's the kind of the new updated radar scan there. Concerned definitely there. Let's see what our velocity is kind of showing with this. We'll wait for that kind of scan to come through, but it does look like we definitely have some rotation on that. Spotters saying it, and that thing is kind of really wrapping up there south of Farmer City. If you're in Mansfield, take shelter. The warning itself is not in effect for Champaign County, but just kind of the northwestern corner. That's going to be up near Foosland, in close to Fisher, maybe west of Fisher there. We'll see kind of the exact path this takes and how much to the northeast it goes. But with that rotation that is kind of showing up there, and as this thing kind of winds up a little bit more, and that's what this is. Okay, see this right in there. Okay, so what happens is these storms can kind of cycle a little bit, but this is where we've got that potential tornado. Okay, we're gonna see if we get any reports coming into us, but boy, there's some strong. This is gonna have some strong winds with it too. Even if you don't get a tornado out of this, you're talking maybe some 70 and 75 mile an hour winds that will continue to move through and cross over 74. Traffic and semis there on 74. Bad place to be here right now. If you are, somebody in Mansfield right now, I would not tell them to be driving, west on I-74 at this point. Maybe just kind of hold up here and give it a few moments to see where this thing goes. The question is going to be, what are they going to do further to the north and east with this? Because we widen the view out. Just want to give our folks kind of get your bearings here a little bit. So here's Champaign. Mahomet's going to be right here. Foosland, Fisher up here. Okay. There's 136. There's Rantoul. So right now, the storm itself, okay, is moving here to the north and to the east. And so down the line, okay, here we go. Does this kind of come up here and clip the northwestern portion of Champaign County, getting into Ford, eventually Iroquois County? So these are things that we're carefully monitoring. So if you're up there right now, no immediate threat right now, right there in Ford and Iroquois just at the time, but it's time to prepare and just kind of stay weather aware over the next half hour to see how these things play out. But we'll see if the Weather Service continues this, because this is the Champaign County line. Again, there's Mansfield and there's Mahomet. Here's your rotation. Here's your hail, heavy rainfall, strong winds on the leading edge of this as it moves to the north and to the east. Adam, anything coming up noon over there from your neck of the woods?
No, they're continuing that tornado warning, it looks like, there for McLean, Piatt, and DeWitt County. And we've got some measurements of more hail in Mechanicsburg out there in Sangamon County. Still, they're tracking. They're really interested in that area of rotation that we've been talking about multiple times there, Kevin, within this severe thunderstorm, now tornado warned storm there between Farmer City and Mansfield. And again, that rotation is really something to look for. Whenever we see that kind of hook shape with any thunderstorm, especially storms as intense as this, it does kind of get us kind of thinking about, is there any rotation going on here? If you want to look at velocity real quick, there you go. Between Farmer City and Mansfield. If you were in Farmer City and Mansfield, those are two spots in between, especially between 74. I know that's a busy interstate right now, and 150, another busy highway. Make sure you're seeking shelter in between those two spots. Get into your safe space as well. And it does include Bellflower too. It looks like they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for McLean, Piatt, DeWitt, and Champaign County. They do not have the tag on there just yet, but they do have looks like they're continuing it as a severe thunderstorm warning for this. Again, 70 mile an hour wind gusts and 1.75 inch hail. So again, it's still an intense storm. I'm not sure if they're completely ruling out the chances of seeing possibly some more rotation, a tornado potential there. So I'm going to look more into that real quick. But I will say that this is definitely a storm to keep an eye out for if you are in the Champaign County, Piatt, DeWitt County area. So again, keep that in mind. They're really watching out for just the strong wind gust out of one of these things, one of these storms moving close to about, let's see if I can find the speed on this, but it is a really quick moving storm. Tornado possible tag on this too as well.
Okay.
So yeah, that's they're keeping an eye on that. They didn't really issue the tornado warning again, but that doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet with this.
Yeah.
Now as it's crossing 74.
I'm still seeing some rotation.
I agree with you. Yeah.
On that. They went ahead and just continued a severe thunderstorm warning on this.
Mm-hmm.
Still seeing some rotation. Now, I would not be surprised if you've got something still trying to go. So I would still be on guard. The Bellflower, Mansfield, Mahomet, you're gonna be kind of south of this, but up here towards
Fisher, Dewey, Foosland, Lotus.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Those areas up there, I would be watching for, because here's why. And I'll switch it back on, and it's right on the interstate here, and it's going to be right there, kind of between Farmer City and Mansfield. if nothing else, boy, super strong winds.
Yeah.
And so where the kind of some of these greens and these reds are, that's kind of what we're looking at there. And it looks, and I said this earlier, suspicious to me on the radar. Looks
Yeah.
suspicious there. Yeah. And so Osmond, up in the southeastern corner of McLean County, and again, just to the west of Mansfield, 74 and 150. That's your rotation with this storm. And we'll bring you back to kind of a wider view of this. So there's Osmond there. Okay, here's Mahomet. Fisher is up here. And I tell you, I'm not completely convinced that we're got something trying to go, because it's just that classic kind of hook that's in
exactly
there.
Yeah,
you know, that supercell look. I want to say this too, folks. It's 422. We're just starting this, and this is an area we were thinking, okay, there might be some storms up this way. They could be this far to the north, but we're really concerned about areas even more to the south and east that we could have tornadoes tonight. So I know you're watching us in Mattoon and Charleston. Got a lot of faithful viewers down that way. We know that in Paris, and
that's where we have Seth right now around that area.
Seth is down that way, and so we're going to have you guys covered. We're going to continue to monitor. We're with you all night. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here with you and tell you just how things are going to play out. And so follow along with us. If you've got family and friends, tell them to turn on the TV, find us on the weather apps there, the news apps. We're all over the place. You can't miss us. We're all over social media. We're streaming everywhere. So you can get all of our coverage here. You can go to your tornado safe spot. Even if you're in Fisher and you're not under a tornado warning, you're like, I want to be in my tornado safe spot. Take your phone with you, take your iPad, and watch our streaming coverage there, because we're not done. And this could wind up being a longer evening for us. Right now, concerning, and there's the new updated radar scan. So now looking maybe just north of Mansfield, where we may still have some of that. This thing kind of cycling a little bit. What happens is, what I mean by that, so you get a storm and it starts to form and it starts to wrap in some of that inflow, then kind of gets cut off, but then kind of recycles, kind of rebirths itself and kind of redevelops and reorganizes. And that sometimes can happen.
We just got a new tornado warning there for northern Champaign County.
Okay, here we go. So northern Champaign County, here we go.
On top of that severe thunderstorm that we have, warning that we had does include Fisher, Tomlinson, Fooslin, Dewey, and just the northern edge of Mahomet on the other side of 74. So keep that in mind.
Okay, so here we go. New tornado warning. Sirens may be going off into parts of Champaign County now. Let's just kind of show you. I want to show you exactly where this is. This does not include Champaign. Okay, this is far northern Piatt County. So Piatt, McLean, Champaign, and Ford County. There's a little area, where kind of the four counties kind of come together in the corner here. Right now, the concern is going to be right here, right on the edge of McLean and DeWitt County here. Okay, there's Osmond and Lotus. We talked about them. The rotation is here. You can see it right there along East 3300 North Road, and you're talking about 1300 East Road, south and west of Osmond to the Lotus area. That's where this is. So who else do we have here that's under this tornado warning? And we're just going to kind of pan along this area so you can kind of see where the new warning is. So rotation is north of Mansfield. Okay, right now, Mansfield, you're looking okay, but Osmond, Foosland, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Fisher, you're under this warning. So here's Mahomet. Technically, Mahomet, you're really not in it there. It's just kind of barely to your north there. There's obviously Highway 47 that goes north out of Mahomet, meets up there at 136. I would say just kind of north and west of Fisher. If this would continue going to the north and east, here's the area of concern. Osmond, Lotus, Foosland, Fisher area, right through here. The warning does continue to the north and east, and this butts up in there to Ford County. Okay, you've got Ludlow that's right here. Rantoul, your sirens might be going off because you're included on this as well, because there's kind of some uncertainty. Okay, does this continue to track straight northeast? Does it jog a little bit to the right a little bit and kind of change its trajectory? So that's why they've issued this. So when they issue these tornado warnings, they do their best to kind of pinpoint, an exact area, but not so exact down to one or two towns. They kind of give a little room for error, room for margin, so to speak, because these things can wildly adjust and kind of deviate motion that they were normally going through. And so you have to kind of take that into account when they issue some of these warnings. So this is a fairly small polygon area, so they're kind of honing in on it. And this storm generally has been moving to the north and to the east pretty rapidly here, still at 55 miles an hour. So if you're anywhere between Fisher and Osmond, right there along 136, you definitely need to be taking your tornado safe spot. The corners of the county. So the northeastern Piatt, southeastern McLean, and northwestern portions of Champaign County. And there's the new updated scan, the Osmond area there. This thing's kind of coming right in. I'm gonna take this right down in on this. So there's Foosland. So this is the area Lotus and 136. That is the area of concern. Going to be just to the west of Fisher. I'll tell you this, you definitely have some strong winds coming into this. In Bellflower, you guys have had some strong winds. I know Farmer City is still dealing with some strong winds with the storm that is moving here to the north and east. We're hoping that maybe that storm can kind of lose some of its structure a little bit. And it's not looking as intense as it was a little bit earlier. And this is what I was talking about, where things kind of get a little bit more messy. We're not seeing, exactly that classic hook in there. There's still definitely some rotation that's still trying to show up. We'll switch over to the velocity on this. And actually, it's kind of showing up over here now. This new scan finally just kind of came through. And so now we're kind of seeing this here. And that's why we're kind of including the Fisher area here as well. So this thing may be adjusting a little bit from what I'm seeing here on radar. I'm just kind of looking at a couple things here just off screen real quick. Yeah, I tell you there, near Osmond, Fisher, get in your tornado safe spot there, definitely if you're in Fisher. Now, this has got my curiosity piqued here once again, if you're in Fisher. Adam, any view with our camera looking to the north and west of Champaign here? I'll be curious if we're able to kind of see anything looking up
I can switch over to Champaign real quick. I just saw a report that there might be by the Macon County landfill area. That's where they're probably going to see not too far from Decatur. Seeing if there might be by Bear Road. There might be a funnel cloud reported there. So looking right there. Just got a lightning strike there on my camera. Possible funnel cloud on Bear Road near the Macon County landfill. So there's that. And then a semi blown over on I-55 northbound at Sherman exit. So again, we're watching that a little bit more here. I know we've got a lot going on here in Champaign County, but want to also keep an eye on stuff here in the other counties too as well.
Yeah, go ahead and definitely keep an eye on what's going on down there into Macon County following that storm that's down that way, Adam. I'd like for you to do that. And we're still focused in on, obviously, the tornado warned cell right now. You may be saying, okay, you just mentioned Macon County. There are some really strong winds, but right now, rotation still being seen with our storm here, now moving into northwest Champaign County. So we'll come back over here. We'll let me know if you're seeing anything on that Champaign. That was the Decatur camera you had pulled up?
Yes, that's what I had pulled up.
All right. So if you can, pull up the Champaign camera, get a view, and then kind of tell me what you're seeing there to the north and west. But again, if you're in Fisher right now, I would definitely be in your tornado safe space here, just in case we've got something going on. As we're seeing some really strong winds with this.
So here's our tower camera right now. We're looking to the north and west from here at WCIA in Champaign, trying to get more control of this camera. Sometimes they do not want to play along here. It makes the job a little bit, we just lost connection with it. Let's see if we can try it one more time here. And again, it's been a little fickle with some of these spots here, but as I look on the camera itself, I'm seeing a lot of lightning, that's for sure. And that's not necessarily a good sign here if you want these storms to be not as intense here. Again, trying to pan and tilt it down and just doesn't want to go and work with us here. So just be mindful of that this is going to be kind of hard to get everything going here. But as we're looking off to the north and west from the WCIA tower, I see a lot of grayness over there.
Okay, we got a tornado warning there for Macon County now.
There we go, from Macon County.
Okay, so let's we'll come back over here. Let's talk about first real quick. I want you guys in Fisher to be in your tornado safe spot. If you're in Fisher, get there right now. Northwestern Champaign County, from Foosland to Fisher, north of Mahomet, tornado safe spot. Now what we're going to do is we're gonna bring you back over to our new tornado warning that is in effect for Macon County, and this includes right there in the middle of the city of Decatur. And you know what, Adam, keep looking at that storm on the weather camera.
Will do.
And we're going to look at this storm here that is coming into Macon County. So this is going to be over towards the Harristown area, so the west side there of Macon County, and eastern portions there of what's that going to be? Eastern portions there of Sangamon County as well, with that storm and parts of, is that kind of clip? It kind of butts right up to Sangamon County, right there near Illiopolis to Harristown. That's the strongest part of the storm. I gotta tell you, there's some really strong winds within that. I'm definitely seeing the strong winds. So Harristown and Decatur. So Forsyth to Decatur, your sirens are going off. Tornado sirens most likely going off there. Your phones are dinging, and now you're wondering, okay, what's going on? Argenta, same thing here. Long Creek, you're on the edge of this. So this tornado warning, that is in effect now for right through the heart of Decatur. Okay, you can see it here. And I will say this, trying to kind of pick out where some of that rotation is can sometimes be tough. And it looks like right about here is where we might have something. These are strong winds where these kind of brighter colors are and the greens are. But we'll take you down here and kind of show you exactly where that specific spot is, where I think they're seeing some of that rotation. So that's probably going to be right there along I-72. That's over there near the Niantic area, coming into Harristown. So something happening there, it looks like, in that general region of the western portions of Macon County. So be in your tornado safe spot if you are from anywhere from Niantic, running from Niantic all the way into Decatur, Harristown, as this storm is going to be continuing to ride here along I-72. Okay, this includes places all the way to Argenta. And again, we're talking about the Decatur metro area. You guys are under the tornado warning. So what we're going to do is, since we've got kind of two, highly populated areas, we're going to keep monitoring both of those for you. So we'll bounce back and forth between both the Macon County storm and then our storm that is up here into Champaign County, because we're going to try to cover everybody here at the same time. I am still seeing, again, some of this rotation here. If you're in Fisher, definitely be in your tornado safe spot. There could be some rotation on that storm that we're seeing on radar. And that's what we're kind of looking at there in that area just south and west of Fisher. Some really strong winds, if nothing else. We want to really be careful here, because 70-mile-an-hour winds not out of the question as this rolls through. We have intense winds along the leading edge of this, but I'm just not convinced that we don't have something that's trying to form right there near Fisher. I everything here is telling me we might actually have something. According to radar, there could be something in there. So please, and with the updated scan that's kind of coming across, we might have something between Fisher and the Foosland area. Be in your tornado safe spot. Do not try to go out and view this thing. I'm going to try to zoom this thing in even more, get you guys a little bit of a better kind of picture of what we're looking at. There's Dewey right here, Foosland, and this is where we'd have a potential tornado. And we switch this velocity on, and I think we're getting the storm kind of coming through. If you are up there just north of Fisher, and what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to pull up another one of our features that we have here, another one of our radars. And so what we're looking at here is a reflectivity here on the left side of your screen. And then right here, okay, north of Fisher is where I think we might have a tornado. It's possible, okay? And it's going to be right up in there. Rotation is showing up with this. And I want people to be in their tornado safe spot. And you can see up there, there's Elliott that's up there. Gibson City is north of that. But our tornado warning is in effect. And this is where some of that rotation is. Possibly there near Fisher, very close to the Fisher area, where we've got the tornado warning that is in effect. And we got a lot of folks that watch us up that way. So please, if you are in northwestern portions of Champaign County, be on the lookout here. Ludlow, we're just going to shout out Ludlow as well, okay, as this storm moves to the north and to the east. So there's Ludlow right there where we might have that tornado kind of showing up here. And then, listen, Ford County, just be paying attention. Paxton, just kind of be on guard here as this lifts to the north and to the east. That's what we're looking at. Right now, we're in Toole, not seeing much in your area. You're technically within that warning, but I'd be more concerned with the areas between Foosland, Fisher to Ludlow in this most immediate time frame. as we've got some of that rotation showing up on radar. Adam, the Weather Service mentioned anything more about that Fisher storm that we're looking at?
Yeah,
there?
I'm going to pull it up real quick and see if there's anything new.
Can we pull up the weather? Is that the Champaign camera?
That
there?
is the Decatur camera right now.
Okay.
Trying to find that storm there in Decatur. And again, we see a pretty good shelf cloud there, a lot of rain with it. That's kind of the interesting thing. And the camera's starting to shake a bit more. This is one of the more steady cameras. Again, a lot more of the lightning showing up here. I'm going to switch over to the Champaign camera there in the station real quick, just to see what we can find, what we're looking for here. Going to have to tilt it a little bit more northward, but this is definitely just it's hard to find anything within these storms here, so keep that in mind that we're having a hard time finding any of this here in central Illinois. That just these rain wrapped storms are hard. Now I'm getting right back into the Champaign area right now. This is a look off to the north and west in Champaign, so trying to see if I can find a better view from Champaign of that storm closer towards Fisher. And again, I would even say north of Fisher is where you're going to see a little bit more of the that activity. I'm going to pull it a little bit more to the right and see if I see anything. Again, just a kind of a maw right there, just kind of the greenish color there. Hard to really tell what that is on probably your TV, but that is definitely somewhere where we're going to see a lot more of the hail.
I tell you what, if we can pull up or bring it back over there to the left just a little bit, bring it back to the left just a tiny bit, and then if you guys can pull me up on chroma key with the tower cam there behind me.
Come on.
And I'll just kind of show you maybe a couple of the little areas there that we're kind of watching there. So this is looking up there to the north and west. If you're up near north and east of Fisher, a little something kind of like right there, that we're kind of trying to look at. Again, the contrast is not, fantastic here, but we're not seeing anything immediately. Maybe something kind of right there. So we're looking at a few different spots along this as we look to our storms that are back up here. Okay, we can come back over to our radar view here again. There it is, north of Fisher. That's what we're looking at. The potential for tornadoes. We've got two different areas that we are concerned about. So let's recap everything that's going on here right now with our storms. And we'll come back in and we'll go back into our Macon County storms. We've been up on the Champaign County one there for a bit. This looks like some really, really strong winds more than anything.
I can tell you right now, Kevin, when I was looking earlier for anything there within Decatur looking westward, got a lot of wind on that camera. And again, that's one of our steadier cameras. That one was having a hard time just staying up. I will say that. So no surprises that's actually kind of coming to fruition. Those winds are coming to the surface.
Yeah, this storm over there into Macon County, boy, that looks like a lot more like straight line winds.
Yeah, I agree.
Than it looks like tornadoes at this time. I'll just be honest with you from what I'm seeing. But our storm that is still over here north of Fisher. So while yes, Decatur, we're talking about you, Forsyth here, you're under the tornado warning. But if you notice, you have this kind of straight line that's here. We look for a little bit more where these aren't just kind of butted right next up one another, where the reds and greens are kind of like right there. So this looked more like some straight line winds that may be kind of coming through up into the Decatur area, Harristown. Really, listen, let's not discount the winds. They're going to be pretty strong there. Adam,
Kevin, can we switch over to the Champaign camera real quick on Max 1? Just because I want to see if you can identify what that is. It looks a little bit like a wall cloud. I'm not sure if that is or isn't. I might be wrong, and I apologize if I am, but it looks like that might be where we're probably looking for there in the Fisher area, if that's what we're looking for. If not, it's deep in behind that maw back there in that greenish color.
Okay, so you've got it positioned there pretty good. So if we want to, if we can throw the tower cam here back behind me, and we'll kind of show you what we're looking at. This is where we may have, and if we can kick the weather camera back up there on Max 1 for me, we will show you. So this, in the contrast again, you got this kind of grayish, bluish here, but then like right here, I'm going to try to like draw the outline.
I'm moving it on a
little bit. Sorry. You're good. You're little lowering there. Again, this is looking to the north towards the Fisher area.
The northwest here from our station.
So from our station, turning the camera to the north and west. And so you can just kind of see right here. Now, obviously you look for something down to the ground. And while we don't see anything immediately, this could be a wall cloud. It's tough to kind of really determine that.
Right.
Obviously, here from the studio, is it rotating? A wall cloud has to be rotating. Okay.
Yeah.
This looks like the shape of one. It's lowering sometimes, but is it spinning or not? I'm sure they've got some spotters out there that are looking at this, but
We'll zoom in and see if I can see some rotation real
sure.
quick.
It'll be interesting to see what the Weather Service does, because this is now going to cross into Ford County. The rotation with this is now right there on the Ford and Champaign County line, kind of south of Elliott. So yeah, again, with the contrast of things, tough to kind of, you just got to kind of pick this out. I know, if you're at home going, boy, I can't quite tell. And we're kind of having the same issue here.
It looks like even out towards Fisher, somebody sent us a picture real quick, or Seth sent me a picture from somebody that said that there's that kind of shape of a funnel cloud with it, but it doesn't look like it's on the ground. It does look like a wall cloud, but it just doesn't have that whole, what we would want to see, or we would look for a tornado, but it looks so much like one. That's why I'm kind of focusing in on it. I apologize if I'm detracting from anything else, but it's just really hard to not look at it and go, that's something there. There might be something there.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so you keep an eye on that. We'll switch back to the radar view here. This is our storm again. That is in Macon County right now. Again, we are coming up on 4:43, where we've got a couple different tornado warnings in effect. Strong storm here, Harristown to Forsyth, and then coming into Decatur. The other storm that we've really kind of had our eyes on is the one up here into northwestern Champaign County. But I want to say this too, boy, this is starting to also pique my interest a little bit. See that little kink that's kind of happening right there, little hook trying to form. We'll have to watch that back out there towards the Mount Auburn area. But we'll come back up here into northwestern Champaign. This is Ford County now. Ford County is just under a severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like here. And boy, there's some hail on this. If there's anything, boy, you've got the rotation that could be here, but Elliott, okay, here's Gibson City. Probably not seeing a ton there in Gibson City, maybe on the east side of town, and looking south, it's really dark. That's Elliott. Also, if you're in Rantoul or Ludlow, you probably have a really good view looking into this storm, okay? Not advising you to do that, but if you're there, it's probably really dark out to your north and to your west. So where there was some of that rotation earlier is kind of sitting right here along the Ford and Champaign County line. So if you're in Paxton here, this is Elliott. This is your hail. The purple color is going to be the hail in that storm. Maybe some quarter-size hail, maybe larger. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some golf ball-size hail reports here at some point. But this is the area that we're concerned about at this time. Ludlow, okay, you're technically still under that tornado warning, although we think some of that rotation is continuing to just kind of lift off there to the north and east. I'll switch back on the velocity here. More than anything, definitely some strong winds, maybe not seeing the same kind of rotation we had a little bit earlier, but those are strong winds. So let's take you in so we can get you down to the street level. And it's right on the county line. So there's 57. They're off to the east. And so you're going to be down here where these winds are. So you're looking at County Road 100, you're East 100, North Road. You got County Road 3500 North and North 1000 East Road there. Those are just kind of some of those. If you live over there, that's where you probably got some really strong winds. So here's Ludlow, Prospect, Dewey. Okay, Dewey there, and coming out of Fisher. So right along the Champaign and Ford County line, that's where the latest rotation is showing up with our storm. Moving up here to the north and to the east. Let's pull back on the reflectivity, and that's our storm there. Again, notice how it doesn't have that classic little hook to it anymore, and so that's why it's kind of collapsing a little bit, maybe cycling. Something to watch, but if you're in Paxton, you're going to get some really heavy rainfall and potentially some hail in there as well. But right now, Fisher and, I'll say this, I'll say Rantoul, you're technically in that warning, but the rotating part of that storm is to your north, so I wouldn't worry too much here at this very moment with that, but still a very intense storm. They're east of Gibson City, and so you're talking about they're between Gibson City and the Paxton area. You're talking about Elliott. Again, the Elliott area probably has got some pretty good hail there, anywhere along Highway 9. Not a fun time to be there between Gibson City and Paxton with the really strong winds that could be within that storm as well. So that's kind of the latest here that we're looking at on radar. Two different areas of concern. And just to kind of reset the scene for you, because I know we got a lot of people tuning in from other locations here tonight. And, that includes Danville. Tuscola, Charleston, Mattoon, Sullivan, Shelbyville, down towards, well, Neoga. Okay. You guys obviously on edge here with what has occurred. Toledo, Paris, down to Casey. This area out here, we haven't had anything yet. Okay. Not necessarily good news, because since you haven't had any of these storms yet, the atmosphere still is primed and ready to form something if something would kind of get going. And so you're not out of the woods here yet. This area here, I'm still concerned about for later into tonight for the development of severe thunderstorms and maybe even more of an increased threat of tornadoes. So I just kind of want to back this out just a little bit more and kind of show you. So we've still got some of this activity here coming out of St. Louis. So the question is just how does some of this evolve as it moves off here to the north and to the east? And that's what we're going to be watching over the next few hours. That's kind of the big thing here is just, are those storms going to intensify as they move in? Here's some good news. The tornado warning no longer in effect for northwestern portions of Champaign County. So Champaign County, no longer a tornado warning up there. So you're okay in Rantoul and in Fisher. You guys can clear for now, but this may be one of those things where it's not quite over just yet, because we've got these other storms that are kind of behind you that are still kind of tracking in that general direction that we have to keep a close eye on. So let's just kind of focus in on the one tornado warning that is left here into portions of northeastern Macon County. Argenta down to Oriana, still not looking at a ton of rotation.
Yeah, it's looking more like a straight line wind event. I know that the National Weather Service just mentioned that they might be looking at just north of that there. If we turn on velocity real quick, just north of where that red is, going away from the radar. Again, just north, closer towards
let me switch it up for you, and you can talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
There you go. Right towards just the north of, if you pull it up a little bit more northward, right there north of Argenta, closer towards DeWitt. That's where they're kind of watching out for the next opportunity, maybe for another rotation there. I'm going to pull up velocity on my end too.
That kind of right here?
Right there by DeWitt. That's the next spot they're kind of looking at right now in terms of rotation. It's very broad in nature, I guess, but it's still something to keep an eye on for.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Adam. We'll continue to watch that and watching our weather cameras out there. And many of you are watching us here as well. And here's what I want to kind of encourage everybody to do as you're tuned in here with us through the rest of tonight, while we're tracking these potentially dangerous storms, is number one, I want you to know we're going to be with you through every single one of these potential tornado warnings. And we're going to be on TV, obviously, for those. But some of you don't have TVs maybe in your safe spot, your storm shelter, your basement, or wherever it is that you go to, your closet. So you can watch us right here, right on your phones. If you have the WCIA-3 Weather app, or even the news app, there's ways to get there and get our streaming on your phone. You can do it on your iPad. You can do it on all of our social media pages. We are streaming all the meteorologist pages, all the news page as well. You can find us all. There are endless places to find our feed here, and we're going to rock and roll through this with you. Hopefully get you through it. Prepare for the worst, but let's hope for the best, and let's see what we can do here over the next few hours. But we are definitely not anywhere close to being out of the woods with these storms, because there's actually a tornado watch in effect until 10 p.m. tonight. We have several more hours where the threat is going to be there with our storms. The highest concern right now is with our storm here along I-72, again, coming towards eventually the Cisco area, and coming into this eventually may impact, say the Monticello area. So our friends that are there, you guys want to be watching your things. It looks like they just continued another warning. Let's see where this goes. So basically now in the same area, and this is what I meant by you can't let your guard down yet if you're up there into northwestern Champaign County, because they've actually went ahead and issued an additional severe thunderstorm warning basically now for this guy that's going to be moving to the north and to the east. And so now we've got, a large complex here, another one kind of down here. And within that, what we have to watch for are the embedded circulations, or the little small areas where things may intensify a little bit more. And so now you're back in a warning again in Fisher. And actually, I think even Mahomet, maybe you guys are included on this a little bit more. So yeah, kind of there on the north side. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but still with the winds that we've had today, 60 and 70 mile an hour winds, the potential is there for still some damage to occur. Looks like a few showers even. So I was just hearing
Yeah,
Here
you
at
get
the
your rain
studio,
right here in
it's
the
like,
studio.
I think we've got some rain here, and it looks like we've got just this, sometimes you get these little showers that will kind of form here. And so we've got that over Champaign at this time. Right now, nothing severe with that. So if you're in Champaign, just want you to know that right now, nothing severe. What we're looking at is this complex coming out of Weldon. That definitely has the potential to produce some really strong winds, 60, 70 miles an hour. If you're back towards Farmer City and Mansfield, you've already kind of been dealing with some storms, but now this area, this is going to be your heavy rain. This is going to be where you're going to have potentially those really gusty winds and maybe some hail within that. Once I look at this velocity, I don't see the tornadic circulations, but look at these brighter colors. These colors right here, these pinks that show up, those are your strong winds. So now along Highway 48, Weldon to DeWitt again, and southward, some really strong winds coming into possibly Cisco. And then you're going to look at Farmer City, DeLand, and Mansfield, where these storms may impact you over the next half an hour. What we have to do is we have to look at each and every single new scan that comes in and just kind of see, all right, is it starting to take on a little bit of a different shape? Are the winds doing something different in there? And so we're analyzing the storms kind of one by one and seeing just exactly what they may have within them. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to clear things off and just show you the tornado warnings that are in effect. And we're going to fire this thing back up to our home view, so to speak, and kind of give you an idea of who's under what. So you've got eastern Sangamon, northern portions of Christian County there, lots of Macon County, parts of DeWitt, McLean, northwest Champaign, Ford, and parts of Iroquois. Severe thunderstorm warnings.
It looks like they're canceling that tornado warning there for Macon County.
Okay, so we don't have any other tornado warnings in effect. We only have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect at this moment. So I want just for housekeeping purposes with everybody here, we don't have any tornado warnings. We could be going back to regular news at the top of the 5. So we'll see how this plays out here. We'll let you know how this is going to go. Evolving situation. Policy is to kind of stay on with the tornado warnings and whatnot. But I'll hear from some of our producers and whatnot, and you guys kind of let us know kind of what you may want us to do. But I can tell you this. We are going to continue to stay with this at least up here until the top of the 5. And if somebody wants to get in my ear and tell me something different, you for sure can. But we obviously definitely have the policy to stay on when we have these tornado warnings. And we're expecting more here tonight. It's just a matter of kind of when all of this is going to take place. So I'll tell you this, we'll throw on the reflectivity again. We've got to watch out for any of these storms coming out of the St. Louis area, Moultrie County, Coles County, Edgar County there, down the line. We're going to be watching out for you guys. But right now, the concern is kind of with this entire line here for the severe thunderstorm threat that could go along with it. But quickly, all of a sudden you can have a radar scanner too, and things start to ramp up a little bit more. I will say this, probably the strongest cell here is going to be coming back into Farmer City, stretching there back towards Mansfield and the Weldon area right now. Definitely seeing some heavy rainfall and an intense storm that is kind of coming through. Adam, we got a few minutes here to kind of reassess kind of things, look at kind of what's happening. Can you talk about the tornado watch that we have in effect here? That is until 10 o'clock tonight, because the threat.
Tornado watch, you mean, correct?
Yeah, the tornado watch. Kind of show that graphic there. Kind of show.
I'll pull it up on Max One right now if we want to pull that up on air. And that's going to be until about 10 o'clock tonight here. So we've got a lot more to go here. If you want to put me on the quad there, camera guys, the Garrett guys in the back, you'll see that we have the McLean County all the way down to Ford and Iroquois County too as well. Again, majority of our viewing areas were our Indiana counties and into our Illinois counties, Menard, Sangamon, eastward. That's where we're seeing that tornado watch still continue on. You're probably thinking, well, we just had our thunderstorms in McLean, Logan, DeWitt, Menard, and even down towards Ford and Champaign County. Again, we're not done yet, though. Cass and Morgan are just outside of that tornado watch here. And again, we're just keeping an eye on things because we're not done just yet. That tornado watch until 10 p.m. And I could see, since we're on the far western edges of it, over time, probably being the first counties to get out of it. But again, this continues into Indiana too, where we start to go into the Eastern time zone. And again, this is kind of a messy situation. I will say that we're still kind of keeping an eye out for those storms to kind of make one little change here or there and then go back to maybe having tornado warnings on them. Again, this is kind of just a really eerie situation to watch out for and kind of have to keep an eye out for some of those clouds there. So again, we're going to keep an eye on this tornado watch till about 10 p.m. We'll go back to Max 1 real quick, and we'll look at some more graphics and kind of look at one more opportunity, just kind of look at all the radar stuff here. So again, there's that severe thunderstorm opportunities coming up soon, but tornado watch in effect for the area until about 10 o'clock. Let's pull over our radar real quick, and I can show you what active warnings we have along with reflectivity too as well. There we go. All the way from Nantic, all the way to Decatur, down towards Booty and Macon, all the way through Macon County. We've got kind of the areas there stretching all the way up towards Ford and Iroquois County, on the border of Iroquois County there. Let's pull up the no warnings right there, no reflectivity there, and you can see how they're all stretching out. So if we look over at that, you can see all the way from basically we're Iroquois County, just north of Hoopeston, just outside of Hoopeston, through northern Champaign County, DeWitt, Decatur, all the way down to Taylorville, down towards even Auburn on the edge of that into Sangamon County. So a wide area of severe thunderstorm warnings, hail, damaging winds are concerns. We're still keeping an eye out for the potential for these to go back into maybe some rotation with some of those thunderstorms again that we want to keep an eye out for. So again, looking at some of the storm reports, very quick spots here that we've seen of just Latham having some issues too in terms of heavy rainfall, and Bellflower has reporting power out there in McLean County and some localized flooding. Just watching as these storms are kind of rolling on through. Not only are we going to watch out for the potential for, again, still keeping an eye out for the potential for tornado warnings to pop up again and tornadoes themselves, but we still have the wind and the hail. And this is not the area that we were really focused on. I think down to the south and east towards Charleston and Mattoon and down towards Effingham, where we have Seth right now. That's the area we're going to focus on later for tonight. I think that's more of the hotbed of activity later for this evening. Back to you.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Adam. We'll get my microphone on there. And I tell you what, we are continuing to monitor things here for you guys. We don't have any tornado warnings, so there is a little bit of news of the day that we want to kind of tell you about and get you some of that here, and maybe take just a small little break from talking about the weather here for a second. So we will start I'm going to start right here off the top at 5 o'clock, and we kind of just kick things off. I have a feeling, though, that we may be saying, okay, sorry news, we're going to have to come back and cut back in. But for now, since there aren't any tornado warnings in effect, we'll just highlight a couple of areas over the next 60 seconds before we start WCIA-3 News at 5 o'clock. And that's Farmer City. Severe thunderstorm warning. You've got some really strong winds coming into your area. Over Loda right now in Paxton, you've got a really strong storm that is located up there that we're watching carefully. Okay, I think they're near Paxton, some really strong winds that we're going to be monitoring closely. And then there's some other activity more to the south and west that we're looking at that's going to be coming out of the St. Louis area that we will be definitely have a concern about for some of our south and eastern counties as we go throughout the course of tonight. But that storm that storm that's up here into Ford County is something we're watching for you. Cissna Park, eventually then to Iroquois County. Just kind of be on the lookout there if you're in Loda and Buckley and Cissna Park. Okay, guys, what we're going to do is here, and I'm sure as soon as I say this, there'll probably be another tornado warning issued, but what we're going to do is we're going to kick off WCIA-3 News at 5 o'clock, and we'll have some news and cut back in when we have more tornado warnings. So let's kick things off now.
This is your WCIA-3 forecast first, sponsored by Route 66 Solar.
Hi, folks. Thanks for joining us here. Take a look at that. That's some video from Lincoln earlier today, when potentially a tornado, could have been straight line winds, rolled through the area and caused some damage up there to a building. We'll have more of a recap of that coming up here in just a bit. Let's talk a little bit about your weather here for right now, where again, we've got some really strong winds with some storms coming into the Farmer City area, stretching down towards DeLand and Monticello, and then back up here into Ford and Iroquois County, Buckley, maybe some hail in that storm. Look at that purple color between Buckley and Loda. We're going to look out over towards Cissna Park right now. We have several counties under severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings right now, even some looks like some flash flood warnings there in effect because of how heavy of the rain is. But we're talking from Taylorville up to Decatur, all the way to Monticello, Champaign, and up towards portions of southern Iroquois County current warnings. Okay, guys, we're going to have much more coming up as we kick things off with the WCIA-3 News that starts right now.
You're watching your local news leader. This is WCIA-3 News at 5.
As Central Illinois deals with more severe weather, people in Lincoln got a taste this morning. Good evening. I'm Brendan Morano.
And I'm Jennifer Roscoe. It is another windy and stormy day with the potential for hail, heavy rain, and even tornadoes. With that, we're going to go right back over to meteorologist Kevin Lighty. You got a chance to clear your throat, and now we're going to talk to you again.
Water break.
It was clear this morning. You take a drink if you need it, but that's actually helping fuel these storms.
Yeah, since we didn't have, rain all through the late morning hours into the afternoon, say places, like here in Champaign and over in Decatur, Springfield, the atmosphere was still kind of primed for severe weather. So we actually have a threat going all the way until 10 o'clock tonight. Tornado watch is in effect. You can see all of our counties until 10 p.m. So we've already had several tornado warnings issued. Severe thunderstorm warnings are ongoing right now, and we're not out of the woods. And especially for some areas potentially that are kind of over towards our southeastern counties. So we like to say Effingham, Coles County, down towards this area right here. It's kind of a hole, right? You haven't had much yet. That's not a great thing, because that means all the ingredients, the energy, instability, the heating we had today, the moisture that is there is still left for these storms to kind of tap into and exploit. And then that's what could lead to more severe weather. This kind of northern edge we've had here, we always thought there might be that potential for severe weather. And if we were already getting storms here with warnings and tornado warnings and rotation on them, we're pretty confident that as some of these other storms move into an even better environment, potentially across our southeastern counties, that we could still be dealing with more severe weather through tonight. And it's really now, between now and about, I'd say 9 o'clock tonight, where the threat is still existing with us as these storms move to the north and east. But right now, just quickly, severe thunderstorm warnings continue here up into Farmer City to Mansfield. Strong winds coming to Bellflower, and then up into Iroquois County. Boy, big storm there over Loda. A lot of hail, a lot of heavy rainfall. We'll have more with your forecast coming up here in just a little bit. Jennifer.
I'm sure you will. All right, Kevin, thank you so much. Now, it may not feel like it today, but warmer weather is on the way. Between road trips, vacations, and day-to-day driving, Champaign police are working to remind people of good driving habits.
And they're not alone. More than 200 local law enforcement agencies are partnering with IDOT and state police to combat distracted driving. WCIA-3's Gabriela Mirando live in our newsroom. Gabriela, why are they doing this now?
Well, Brandon, April is Distracted Driver Awareness Month, but officials say driving with caution and full attention is always important. In Illinois, using a phone in anything other than hands-free mode while behind the wheel is illegal. Beyond phone usage, navigation, eating, applying makeup, and even other cars can get in the way of safe driving. IDOT says 58 people died due to distracted driving crashes in 2023.
When we're talking about vehicles, we're talking about 1-ton large objects that are moving around. At any point, you take your eyes off the wheel, who knows what's going to be in front of you. It's the same, focus that we want to see when we're first teaching people how to drive. We want to make sure we're maintaining that throughout our entire driving lives.
Champaign police say people on the road can expect increased patrols looking for distracted drivers throughout the month. Those found to be distracted behind the wheel can be issued citations and written warnings. Champaign police say they will be focused on roads in areas that impact neighborhoods. Live in the newsroom, Gabriela Mirando, WCIA-3, your local news leader.
All right, thank you so much. We have an update on a proposed rate increase for the Urbana-Champaign Sanitary District. The district board approved that hike last night. It will be $2 more every other month to replace the district's reserves. The executive director says it's needed because they lost so much money during the pandemic. The increase will raise $600,000. It starts sometime this summer.
In other election news, 2 mayoral candidates in Rantoul are eagerly awaiting results to be finalized. Right now, only 6 votes separate the two. Current trustee Sam Hall leads and incumbent mayor Chuck Smith closely follows. Smith says he's holding out for the final numbers. Meanwhile, Hall is confident he'll remain on top.
I'm proud, right? It really shows that both candidates, right, we've done a really good job of answering questions and meeting with residents, and the residents are really taking their time and doing their due diligence with getting educated on us. So I guess proud is the one word answer.
If elected, he says his goal is to continue economic growth with large and small businesses in town. He also wants to keep the community tight-knit and have fun with the village. Regarding a possible recount, Hall says he'll wait and see what final results look like. Smith says it would depend on how close it gets. The village of Tolono also waiting to see the final election results there, and one community member could be making history.
Trustee Terrence Stuber could become the first African-American village president. He says it would be an honor to go down in history, but that isn't his goal. He wants to be remembered for creating a welcoming community, building economic success, and more.
I recognize the impact that that can have, especially on people who look like us. They can't just see a dark-skinned man and say, I want to be that. The skin color is not what matters. Do you have the heart to serve people?
Now, Stuber has a 5% lead over his opponent, Gary Mitchell. Even though he's ahead, Stuber is still being cautious until final results come in. If elected, he wants to focus on creating more infrastructure and adding streetlights around town. We reached out to Mitchell, who says he has already called Stuber and congratulated him on his victory. Champaign County Sheriff's Office is investigating a burglary at the Casey's in St. Joseph. Deputies say suspects cut the power to the store yesterday before breaking in and stealing goods. Anyone with information is asked to call Champaign County Crime Stoppers to leave an anonymous tip. We have a link to that information on our website. Just
Now, Central Illinois' most accurate forecast with meteorologist Kevin Lighty.
All right, new tornado warning, Cissna Park, Woodworth, Milford, getting your tornado safe spot right now. Tornado is right there over the Cissna Park area, between Cissna Park and Woodworth. You need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. We are seeing really good indications of some rotation on our storm that is here. So please, if you are into Iroquois County, this is a brand new tornado warning that is in effect. So we'll go ahead and pull up here kind of the wide view of things. If you are in Cissna Park and you're hearing this, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. And let's kind of come back here and we'll talk about what's happening in terms of our storm and why there is the concern for a tornado. The rotation on this has really kind of picked up. I mean, it was a fast kind of evolution. And let's click this. Here comes the velocity. You're going to see right there. That's where the concern is. You've got some really strong winds and some kind of north there of Cissna Park. Rotation with our storm. Get in the lowest level of your home. You want to be down in the basement down there. You want to be down there, center part of your house, closet, bathroom, as long as you don't have windows, okay? As many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's what we're looking for, okay? So tornado warning continues here. Cissna Park, that is Woodworth, and that is over towards the Milford area. Definite, probably some of the more stronger signs of rotation that we have seen here in a while with that potential tornado. So if you're in Iroquois County, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. If you are up there near the Cissna Park area, again, the potential is there for a tornado, and we're seeing the rotation there where some of those reds and greens are kind of right next to one another. This is going to be south of Woodworth. And we may even have, I'm going to try to kind of look at some things here. Adam, let me know if the Weather Service is kind of seeing anything in terms of any kind of debris signature or anything showing up. But it looks like here between Cissna Park and Woodworth is where we've got the rotation on this storm and where we need that, where you need to be paying attention here. And here's the thing, you're not going to see this thing. This is not really going to be visible because look at all of that heavy rain. And so this is rain right here. It's coming down. And then within that, we switch the velocity and the rotating part of it is within that. So you have a tornado there that's embedded in all of that rain and not visible at all. So don't even try to go out and look at this because you're not going to see anything. It is covered in rain, but there is circulation that is within that. And so sometimes what we like to do is try to look for, any debris signature in there. Not necessarily anything that kind of jumps out to me, but that's something that we'll continue to kind of look at. But this is your rotation with this. This is going to be right there along 49. If you're in Milford, you want to be taking shelter right now between Goodwine and Woodworth. Right here, this is it. So essentially the rotating part of this rain that there could be a tornado embedded in there is right there between Woodworth, Goodwine, and Cissna Park. Right here as the winds come kind of wrapping in on the backside of this. So that's Milford. There's Highway 1, Wellington, going to be right there, Milford. So this is moving to the north and to the east, and that's the rotating part of the cell that you need to be watching out for. Once again, we'll show the reflectivity of this, and I'll just kind of back out the view so you can kind of see it. It is tough to pick it out if you just looked at it from that reflectivity there, but the rotation is definitely in there, and I think we may have some kind of tornado ongoing up here into Iroquois County, and it is definitely going to be super difficult to see anything within that. So showing you reflectivity doesn't do us a whole lot. So we'll stick with the velocity mode here so we can at least kind of try to pick out where that rotation is. So here's Watseka. You may have some of your sirens that are going off up in Watseka right now. Obviously near Milford, the Woodland area. That is the area of concern. Portions of central and northeastern portions of Iroquois County where rotation on this is being seen. The National Weather Service issuing this here, and that's going to be just south of Woodworth. Here's Milford. We throw on some of the roads for you. We're talking about East 1000 North Road, talking about 1800 East Road. That's where the exact spot is where this storm could have rotation on it, between Woodworth and the Goodwine area. That's my biggest area of concern at this time, where the rotation is seen within this, and we could have a tornado. And it's happening here. It's actually a fairly decent circulation that is showing up on radar in this general area. So there was Goodwine, there's Woodworth. You need to be in your tornado safe spot, Woodland and Milford. This whole area right here. This is the area of concern. Moving to the north and the east, Watsika is just up there above and behind the banner there. So you guys should be paying attention to this as well. But we'll wait for the updated radar scan. Again, Goodwine is here. Wellington's out here. You guys are outside of the tornado warning. But listen, you've got some really strong winds and a lot of heavy rainfall with this. And there's Milford right now and up to Woodland, where that rotation is showing up on our storm. Lots of wind shear out there today. And so wind shear is one of the key components you need for severe storms. Now, I just want to make mention about something else that's also happening besides this potential tornado up here, because we've got some really, really strong winds with this cell here that's kind of moved through the Gibson City area, northwestern Champaign County, and then now kind of coming in here to northern Champaign County and southern Ford County here at Ludlow. Really strong winds. Rantoul, Thomasboro, Ludlow. Leading edge of this is kicking up some really strong winds right there. Rantoul to Paxton is an area here that we're concerned about some strong winds. And then right along 57 and 45, a little bit of a kind of almost like a Boeing segment trying to form there, wrapping back from Gibson City. It kind of wraps around. We can kind of see that here. And I'll just kind of draw it for you. It's kind of evident. So right along and through here, see this thing kind of bows out. And so you got these really strong winds kind of pushing out ahead of the storm here and kind of pushing into it. And you get things to kind of kick back. And that's where the strong winds really start to surface. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we've got some, let's see here, what's we got on velocity. Yeah, so you can see anywhere within the, kind of this tannish color here, and stretching back to Rantoul, Ludlow. These are some really gusty winds that are showing up. Curious maybe what our Gibson City camera is seeing over there. If Adam, you want to pull it up? But
I will pull it up right now.
I think Ludlow is definitely getting some strong winds here. So again, I just wanted to mention this because it's storming like crazy in a lot of other spots as well. There's our Gibson City camera. And if we can pop that up, I saw a few flashes of lightning out there, and we'll pull that up if we can, guys. And we can show the folks what it's looking like in Gibson City. So there it is. So obviously the view we usually have there of the school and whatnot. So some really heavy rainfall, some gusty winds there, probably coming through. As you can see the dark skies, but kind of the back edge of this is now kind of moving through Gibson City, but now it's going to be coming into Paxton, down to Ludlow, into Rantoul, into Thomasboro. And you can see, that looked like almost looked like a little hailstone there that may have kind of bounced off.
Yeah, it might have.
I don't know if it was or if it was just a raindrop there, but it looked like something kind of bounced off. So that's Gibson City. And if we can, while you're at the controls there, Adam, maybe popping up a couple of the Champaign cameras and seeing if we're seeing anything on any of those here, because we're starting to get a little bit of rain here at the station as well. But tornado warnings are in effect up towards the Iroquois County area. We're watching that spot there that is basically between Milford and Watsika. I think we've got some rotation on that storm that is near Milford. Okay, right through there. We'll come back up here. We'll flip back on our velocity, which shows us the winds. We want to look at the winds within the storm. And so these are your damaging straight line winds. That's what all of this is here. And then we're going to get up here and switch things over to our Chicago radar so we can kind of see things a little bit better. And so it's right here where we still have that potential tornado and why that tornado warning is still in effect. So you need to be definitely taking your tornado precautions if you're in Bryce. Milford is seeing super strong winds there right now, and there could be that rotation right there near Bryce is where I'm kind of seeing that. That is just to the west of Milford, and going to be passing there between Woodland and Milford. So this right here is your rotation. That's Highway 1. That's going to cross there, probably along Highway 1 within the next few minutes. Pretty clear rotation. It's still showing up on our radar right here in this general location. Don't go out and try to see this. You're not going to see it. We've got a ton of rain that's kind of wrapping into this thing and obscuring any kind of view that you may have. So you're not going to see anything. But that's your rotation. If you're in Milford, if you're up towards Woodland, definitely be in your safe spot. And again, we're just going to kind of throw it out there for Watsika to be paying attention to things as this storm continues to move to the north and east.
Kevin,
go ahead.
Looking at some of the stuff there on the chat, and even spotters are saying that it's hard to see anything there. They're on a good side of the storm to kind of see what's going on there up in Benton County area there from Indiana. And even chasers are like, yeah, we can't see too much in there because of all the precipitation. So you keep repeating that it's going to be hard to see this, and I hope folks understand that this is not one of those where you can just go outside and see the rotation, see the funnel cloud. This is going to be hard because it's going to be rain wrapped, and that makes it even more dangerous to kind of see what's going on. So take these warnings very seriously here because, again, this is going to be a key component, is that these are rain-wrapped supercells and rain-wrapped thunderstorms that are tornadoes that are going to be hard to see if they are there.
That's exactly right. So here it is. So what we can do is we have to look at another component, which is the velocity that shows us the winds and what's going on, because we're not getting those classic hook signatures with this. And so when you've got this kind of scenario, we've got to look at just these winds. So that's why you're seeing some of these colors here, the reds and some of these blues and greens here. But when they're kind of right next to one another, that's telling us that there is some of the rotation. So it's going to cross Highway 1. We're going to be getting up here into kind of northeastern portions of Iroquois County. You're talking about, some, south and east of Watsika, and then eventually kind of up towards the Sheldon area where we've got those storms kind of coming in. So we're carefully monitoring things with this, seeing how this evolves and watching this, because we kind of get into a tough space up here. What I mean by that is with the Doppler radar. So we've got a Doppler radar, and there's up in Chicago. Then obviously there's one in Lincoln that we use. And so whenever you kind of get in between those two, it's sometimes going to be hard because the radar beam's hitting up pretty high. And so sometimes when we get up here, it's a little bit harder to see some things, okay, up into northern portions of Iroquois County sometimes. So we're going to be carefully watching this here. I would say this for now. And again, as we come back to our velocity to show you this, if you are here east of Milford, kind of rural portions there of Iroquois County, basically south of Watsika, Watsika is definitely getting some heavy rainfall, but the rotating part of the storm is right there between Woodland and Milford and moving to the north and east. The path of this, and what we can do here is just kind of look at it. Let's see here. Moving to the northeast at around 45 miles an hour. So a 45 mile per hour storm. Let's see if we can't kind of plot where this is going to go from here. And we'll just kind of take it from this point. And we'll move the radar over. So looks like they just continued the severe, or just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning that is up there right now. So let's come back in here. And what we're going to attempt to do is kind of throw a little bit of a path on this and show you kind of the time of arrival that this storm would make if it continues on this kind of northeasterly trajectory. Because here's the thing, you're getting into Indiana here before too long, as this will probably pass again south of Watsika, at least at this point. Okay, so we'll just kind of draw it from that point right there and kind of go off here to the north and to the east. We'll have to do this right like that. So again, maybe Sheldon, something to kind of keep an eye on there in the next 15 minutes or so as it moves off to the northeast. But this is going to be kind of coming through some more rural portions of Iroquois County. So that's the tornado warning that we've got in effect. What I want to do is I want to come back over and just kind of look at some of our other storms that we've got right now. And we'll just do kind of a radar tour at this point, because we got a lot of folks watching us and kind of wondering what's going on.
Kevin, down to the south there near Vandalia, and it looks like to be Fayette County in Montgomery County. Confirmed tornado. Yep.
Okay. All right, we're going to head down to that here in just a moment here and talk about Vandalia. Right now, really strong winds, Paxton, Ludlow, Rantoul, Thomasboro, heavy rainfall, maybe some lighter stuff here in Champaign. So there's not a whole lot going on there. But let's continue our path, and we'll just kind of come back over here to Macon County. There's Decatur. There's along I-72. Some more storms, Illiopolis down to Booty and Harristown. Not seeing a whole lot there. But look what happens here. We start going a little bit more to the south. And oh boy, here we go. Some stronger radar reflectivities. And now we get down into Fayette County, and it looks like they have opted with a confirmed tornado on this. Let's see what we've got here on velocity. And again, we're kind of on the edges here, but it looks like we got a little something that's right there. But they've got confirmed. Is that, what are they saying, confirmed from spotters there, Adam? Or have you heard if
Law enforcement.
Law enforcement. So, okay. So law enforcement
From tornado, yep.
Yeah, is from tornado. So we've got something. Boy, you're seeing a lot of kind of crazy colors here. This is super on the edge of the radar's kind of capabilities that we have down this way. And so you're seeing some weird stuff, but it looks like right here, again, north of Vandalia. So a confirmed tornado. Let's see if we can see anything on our debris. So maybe you got something in there as well. Tough to see with it being kind of the distance that it is from the radar site, but obviously strong storm there, and they've confirmed it. So law enforcement is saying it. So this is kind of what we were concerned about, is this activity here coming out of the St. Louis area. What do these storms do as they come into Shelby, Coles, Cumberland, Effingham counties here in the next couple of hours? That's kind of the concern that we've had all along, is just how are these going to evolve? And so we're watching this area carefully. We're going to continue to monitor these storms. So it looks like it just went back to a regular tornado warning, if correct. Looks like just a regular tornado warning.
I just saw that, yep.
So confirmed. So this may have been, a brief little touchdown that occurred, but now is back up. But these are the cells that eventually could make it into the heart of our counties here that we cover here in the WCIA-3 viewing area. So right now, if you're in kind of the Ramsey area, listen, that's Herrick and that's Cowden. So now you're talking about potentially into Shelby County. We'll see what happens here as this storm moves to the north and east. But if you are in southern portions of Shelby County, I would just be paying attention to things here, knowing that this cell that once did have a tornado associated with it is still moving to the north and to the east. And so if we just kind of took this, okay, there you go, maybe clipping into southeastern portions of Shelby County, and then, here's Cumberland County, there's Neoga. Just want you guys to be aware, have a way to get these warnings here through tonight. And then we look at some of this other activity that's coming into far southern Illinois. Some of that stuff may kind of track maybe just south of our area. So we're going to kind of watch, say, 1, 2, 3 of these cells and see how they evolve over the next few hours. And these could impact our southern counties here tonight that we've largely all along have been saying that's what we need to be really paying attention to with this thunderstorms here tonight and this area that's kind of been largely untouched. Let's kind of go back to our tornado warning here because that's just a sliver of it left that is up into northeastern Iroquois County. That's all we got. Tiny little box there. Let's see if we can see some of the rotation. Probably somewhere within there. Okay. Right about there. Let's see if we can get in even closer and show you some of this here. So that's what's left of it. And that's eventually going to go into Indiana. So if you're in Sheldon, you want to be in your tornado safe spot there as this storm east of Woodland crossed over Highway 1 now and is going to be heading towards the Sheldon, close to the Sheldon area. And then again, this is now the state line into Indiana. There's Kentland, although wind turbines are out that way. But that'll head into Indiana here next. And then we'll pass that storm off to our folks there in Indiana. And we'll be done at least with this one here into northeastern Iroquois County. I got to tell you, there's still a ton of wind with these storms that are coming through. Even if you're not getting a tornado, you're getting extremely strong winds that are moving to the north and east. And that is the concern, is not just the tornadic threat, but the wind threat there as well. Do you guys have a picture you want to show or something? Okay, so Adam's working on a picture that is coming to us. Also, while we've got you here, we love to hear about your reports. We'd love to see some of your pictures and things that you may have. You can send those over to us a couple different ways, basically via email at weather@wca.com or news@wca.com.
So we just got a picture there, Kevin, from Cissna Park, just to the east or west of town. I don't remember which one, but that is from Elsie. That is a funnel cloud. It looks like to be there on Cissna Park, or out by Cissna Park in that direction. So that's from Elsie. Send it into the station, and there you go. That's in from our producer. He told me about this, our producer Ethan. So there you go. That's a funnel cloud. It looks pretty much like a funnel cloud here. I mean, obviously we can't see rotation, but that would make sense. Cissna Park area wasn't too far from where we had that rotation. We've been kind of focusing on with that tornado warning. So again, thank you for sending in that picture. But yeah, it's definitely something to keep an eye out for as we kind of look through forward in time as these tornado warnings are still popping up here, and they're also not in the spot just yet where we've seen kind of the most favorable environment that we've been wanting to keep an eye out for. Starting to see that there closer towards Vandalia as we speak, but yeah, definitely thank you for sending that in. We appreciate that, and it kind of confirms some of the thoughts that we had about it there. There's another image of that same looks like to be the same spot there. It's still a very ropey small funnel cloud there, but again, a funnel cloud nonetheless. It doesn't mean it's any less dangerous and not to be taken seriously here. So again, that's a couple of funnel clouds, and we appreciate getting that and keeping that in mind. If we want to look back here on here at the Weather Pod real quick, while I think Kevin's working on something real quick, we're watching out because we have two areas of concern when it comes to tornado warnings. Right there in Iroquois County, we were just talking about that area, Cissna Park area up north, or earlier we had Cissna Park, but out there towards the north into Iroquois County, we're still watching that tornado warning start to really get shaved down a little bit more here, but now we're watching down to the south, and we mentioned all day out towards Effingham, I-70 southward here. That was the area that we were going to see a little bit more of that primed atmosphere, and probably the best atmosphere for tornadic activity here within our viewing area. And we can clearly see that's kind of kicking up a bit more here. So again, we've still got those severe thunderstorm warnings here in northern Champaign County, all the way up into Iroquois County. Still have that tornado warning within that severe thunderstorm warning. And now moving into our Indiana counties too as well. So we're not done just yet. And we've got two separate areas on two ends of our viewing area that we're keeping an eye out for. Kevin, back over to you.
Okay, we are about to get a new tornado warning for Shelby and Effingham counties, I'm told. So Shelby and Effingham counties, I'm told, we're about to get a new warning. So this should be coming up here in just a little bit. So we'll just come back down here. It's basically because of the storm that had the confirmed tornado on it just a little bit earlier. So we're going to see what they do. I'm going to guess that they kind of fill in kind of maybe through this area somewhere. But the National Weather Service just kind of mentioning that it looks like a tornado warning incoming for Shelby and Effingham County. Storm has got some decent rotation on it. A couple has moved through Fayette County, and so they are getting ready to bring us a new tornado warning here. So we'll just look at it here. We'll wait for them to issue it, and it'll pop up on the screen once it gets here. What we want to do is try to see if we can capture where some of that rotation is on our storm. Again, kind of difficult to see here on the southern kind of portions of where we are, but let's see here. Let me see if I can't. Yeah, there we go. Utilizing that radar, that'll help a little bit more. So it looks like it's going to be there close to Ramsey. I'm going to take, from what I can kind of tell there. So we're gonna see what they do with this new warning that's coming out. And again, we're kind of switching between radars. We've got the St. Louis radar, and then we've got the Lincoln radar, and so we're kind of bouncing between those two here. But we're going to wait and just kind of watch and see what happens with this new warning that is going to eventually, I guess, cover parts of Shelby and Effingham County here to the north. And there it is. So there it is, just now filling in. And it's kind of right there in that exact area that I had mentioned. So let's show you who this is. So it comes up here, southeastern Shelby County, right here close to Windsor. Butts right up there towards the Cumberland County area, Sigel and Neoga. But then you've got Cowden here. So we're going to watch this area right through here. Tornado warning. This was the spot that they actually did have, or this was the same storm that they had the confirmed tornado on it. I mean, not that long ago. And so as a result of that, that's why there is a little bit higher level of concern for a tornado here. So they've gone ahead and just kind of included parts of southeastern Shelby County. So now we're talking about Stewartson, Beecher City, and the Cowden area. As that little area, kind of near Ramsey, it looks like it's near Ramsey, lifts off to the north and east. And so you need to be in your tornado safe spot. If you're anywhere between Cowden, Stewartson, and the Beecher City area, is just kind of clips the northwestern corner of Effingham County. So Ramsey is essentially where some of that rotation is. And again, right about through here. So here we go. And this is why they've continued this. So Cowden, I would be concerned about. Our friends that are down there near Cowden, getting to your tornado safe spot. Herrick, the same thing. We're talking about Stewartson. There's Fancher. Clarksburg, okay? This area down into southern portions of Shelby County, take shelter. So it just kind of clips the Beecher City area there. This is Herrick. There's Ramsey. This is where some of that rotation is. And from what I can see on radar, this once again might be another one of those storms where that tornado would be embedded in the rain. So you're not going to be able to see anything. So wouldn't even attempt to try to do that because you won't be able to get there. But this is the huge area of concern, southeastern Shelby County, extreme northwestern Effingham County. Again, we're still talking about parts of Fayette County here with our storm. So that's Herrick, that's Cowden, and that rotation. Let's see if the velocity is doing a little bit better or not. So we're starting to see it kind of come through a little bit. So right through here near Carson. So just east of Ramsey now in Carson, most likely in this area here. So this goes right up here into southern Shelby County. Herrick, Cowden, get in your safe spot right now. It is imperative for you to do so. Listen, Beecher City, Stewartson, you guys are close as well. But the more immediate threat is Herrick and, Cowden into portions of southern Shelby County as our storm moves to the north and east. So this is a new tornado warning that is in effect. You got Highway 128 there. That's kind of coming out of Beecher City, and then 33 that skirts along there in northern portions of Effingham County. But right now, that tornado warning that comes through Fayette, Shelby, and Effingham County. And this did have the confirmation on it just within the past half hour. I mean, it wasn't long ago. Law enforcement with this similar same cell did confirm at least a brief touchdown with this cell. So that's what we're looking at. Let's take this and just kind of widen the view out a little bit. And what we'll do here is put a little bit of a storm path on it so we can kind of see exactly where this may go. Let me just double check the speed of this real quick. Moving off to the northeast at, does that say 65 miles an hour? Whoa, 65. So this thing is racing off here to the north and east. And we'll see if we can get this to go up to 65. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this kind of right here on the corner of this and try to drag this thing out. It's moving really fast, and yeah, kind of going off a screen here. I can't quite get it all the way up there, but it's not going to take long. So here's what we'll do. I'll take this and just kind of move this out of the way so we can kind of see this a little bit better. And these are some of the towns. So we mentioned Stewartson, Strasburg, Clarksburg, Cowden. Okay, it just goes off here. Neoga down the line. Time of arrival there showing up on your screen. If you are seeing your town name on there, be paying attention because this storm is rapidly moving to the northeast. It is east of Ramsey and going to be heading towards the Cowden area. It's going to tell you right now, Cowden, probably even potentially even less time than that. That thing's going to be on top of you because it's starting to pick up on its forward trajectory there. So I would say within the next 5 to 10 minutes, that thing will be there. So please get into your tornado safe spot right now. Lowest level of your home, center part of your house. That is going to be your
We're about to talk here. Yeah, Kevin, I am in far northwestern Effingham County. I am on Route 33 heading west. I am actually not too far away from Beecher City, just passed through Shumway not too long ago, and I'm on my way to that rotation that is now kind of centered over the Herrick area. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to see. It looks like there's a pocket of heavy rain that's ready to cut me off here in a little bit, but I'm going to see if there's any sort of view here into this rotation that we're seeing on that tornado-warned storm that is soon to head into parts of Shelby County. So at the moment, I can't really see much going on. Obviously, there's plenty of rain out ahead of it. There's been plenty of pretty intense lightning, too. Again, we're going to see what we can see, but right now, rain's kind of blocking our view, so we'll let this thing kind of continue to move. We're going to stay just off to its southeast, and we're going to see if at any point there's a clearing and we can tell the core of the storm or see any rotation. Kevin, over to you.
Up there, Max one real quick. Yeah, we're watching just kind of those three spots there, those three warnings in a long area. All the way does include Strasburg, all the way down just north of Effingham here. Shumway, it's another spot as well. It's hard to really see. Again, it's been really cluttered here when it comes to this. And this has been the area we've been watching kind of all afternoon when it comes to severe weather, because we said this area was really primed. It had the good settings for severe weather. So keep that in mind as we look forward into our basically what we have going on here. We have a tornado watch that's going to continue until 10 o'clock. So again, it's in a very favorable environment for that severe weather. And again, this has just been one of those days where we started to get a little bit of a break and it kicked right back up all over again. So again, all the way just south of Shelbyville, we're seeing that tornado warning stretching all the way down into till 6:30 there. It does include Effingham and Shelby County, and does include, I'm going to pull up the velocity real quick. And with velocity, we can kind of see a better opportunity to kind of piece this out a little bit more here. Cowden, Stewartstrawn, Shumway, Beecher City, those are the spots there in that one warning. And then as we go further to the south, there's another warning near St. Elmo and Otsego, Confidence, Vandalia. So again, this is kind of just an area that was going to be prime anyway, and we were going to look more for an opportunity for more of that severe weather to kind of pick up a bit more here, as it's just a really good environment too. And as we mentioned before, I'm going to play a little bit more of our tower camera real quick there in Effingham. I was kind of adjusting it to see if I could see anything, and really just we can't see anything because it's been so wet. It's hard to see anything in these storms. Don't go outside and say, can I see the funnel cloud? Again, this is going to be a really tough game to do, and it's not worth it. Go into your safe space in that tornado warning. Again, that's where you really want to be when it comes to these kind of events here. So again, tornado warnings there towards Effingham County, in the northern sliver, closer towards Shumway. I'm going to pull up just warnings there so we can see a little bit more of the clear polygons through all the way to Windsor, Neoga, just on the other side of that, Stewartton, Shumway, Beecher City, Cowden, Herrick, Wrights Corner, and Carson. Again, that one ending at 6 o'clock there in the Fayette County area as you go closer towards a little bit more of the Effingham County, all the way up into places like Shelby County. That's where we're kind of watching till about 6:30. Radar indicated rotation. So, I mean, this is a storm that's been having a history of producing tornadic weather here and severe weather in general. Again, this is a great environment. You're in the warning polygon here from Cowden, Beecher City, Shumway, Stewardson, all the way up to even Strasburg, Sigel, up to Windsor, and the other side of Neoga there on the west side of town, even Herrick. I would say get down, get in your safe space, because, again, these storms are just kind of messy as they're heading in. They're bringing in just a really good environment for tornadic activity. So just keep that in mind, that we're going to keep an eye on these storms as we move forward in time. I'll pull up velocity real quick just because I want to see where these areas of circulation are. And it's hard to tell exactly because now we're in this really weird area where, yes, this is under the jurisdiction of the WFO in Lincoln, the Weather Service office there, but also it's really close to St. Louis. So you get some kind of attenuation there, and it's hard to really see on radar, but you can kind of see closer to Cowden where those little circulations are. It's just one of those things you got to keep an eye out for. Maybe if I switch over to the St. Louis radar real quick, that might help a little bit more. But again, it's just hard to really tell with that attenuation that far out. And you have that same issue when you go into St. Louis's as well. So again, really hard to see just even with rotation. It's just a mess here. Again, if you're in these polygons, Stewardson, Shumway, Cowden, Clarksburg, all the way out towards Strasburg, into Beecher City and Sigel, those are spots you got to watch out for. And just north of Effingham, and just to the west of Neoga, there's that tornado warning. That is until 6:30. So again, get to your safe space and make sure you are taking care of everything you need to get into your safe space as well. Again, watching out for that tornado warning. That does expire at about 6:30 there, and it does include Clarksburg, Stewardson, Strasburg, Beecher City, Shumway, and Herrick. Kevin?
Okay, thanks a lot. Adam, appreciate you giving us an update there on what you're seeing. I'll just kind of look at some stuff from the Storm Prediction Center, and they're talking about still that threat does exist with the tornado watch until 10 o'clock. I will say this too, getting some storm reports coming into us of some wind damage, or some wind gusts, I should say, too. Some tree damage in Mansfield, reports of that, and also some 60-mile-an-hour wind gust in Seymour that happened around I-72 when those storms came through a little bit earlier. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for parts of Champaign County, we're told, have been allowed to expire at this time. So that's some good news there. But we are still concerned about these areas here down to the south. And if you guys can go ahead and throw me back up there on the chroma key there, appreciate it. And we will kind of look at our storms. So here we go. There's Cowden. We've been talking about our storms here. But what I want to do is we're going to take this and just kind of zoom out a little bit and then kind of show you there's Coles County, Cumberland County, Edgar County, Clark County. This corridor, and we'll throw in even southern kind of Douglas. This corridor right here. When these storms move into this area here, we think that there is potential for intensification of some of the storms and maybe some rotation with some of these storms. So right through here, we're definitely going to be monitoring things carefully over the next hour or two So I want you, if you are in Mattoon and Charleston, if you're down here in Neoga and Toledo, to be watching things. If you're in Effingham, kind of the same thing, because we're watching this whole area as these storms move to the northeast, and that potential does exist for that continuation of severe weather through the region. So right now, Shelbyville, you're getting a pretty good little storm there. We'll try to switch on the velocity and kind of look at things. And so again, we may continue to find some of that rotation coming into southern portions of Shelby County, into Effingham County there, as the thunderstorm there is rapidly moving off to the north and east. What will happen is sometimes these storms will start to break apart a little bit, become a little bit more, we call a line segment. And so we'll see if that happens at all. They kind of basically break off from this whole line that's there. And then you get an individual little segment, and that could cause some issues. We'll monitor that carefully as well, because that's what we're concerned about. Is if these things start to look less what we call squally, less linear, then sometimes the tornadic threat can go up a little bit. But even within this line, you can have these little embedded circulations that could form anywhere along that. I know a lot of people, again, watching in Neoga and Cumberland County from just within the past month, the damage down there, of course, with the school and everything. So I know you guys are on edge right now. We're watching this carefully. Just be paying attention here. Stick with us. We'll get you step by step through this and kind of show you what exactly is going on. Right now, we have a really intense line of storms from Shelbyville back down east of Cowden and west of the Altamont area, heading into Effingham County, Shelby County, and yes, eventually parts of Cumberland and Coles County here. Right now, I'm not seeing anything really definitive. I'm seeing more stronger winds. Beatrice City probably has some really strong winds kind of coming in there. So what I'll do, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit closer here to the Beatrice City area. That's northwestern portions of Effingham County. And I think there's where we've got maybe some strong winds. And maybe that's kind of close to where some of that rotation is on our storm. You can see that kind of brighter color that's showing up near the Beatrice City area. And guys back there in production or anywhere, if Seth is there, you can yell at me and let me know that he's out there and what he may have. I can't see out of the corner of my eye. So Seth, give us your location. Where are you at right now, and what are you seeing? Looks like you're in some heavy rainfall.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm just north of Beecher City. We were on that rotation that has gone into parts of Shelby County, but we think there's a little bit of rotation that we can actually see just off to our southwest. We might be in the path of that. So we're going to try to bail here real quick, go back towards Beecher City to the south a little bit. We had eyes on a little bit of the leading edge of that southern storm from our location. So we're going to kind of get out of the path and see if we can get to a better vantage point. And I will be able to show you right here, just off to our right, if I can get the camera moved a little bit here, and might come in and out there with that shaking around. We're still here. There we go. It's hard to see anything now, but we had a lowering to our right moments ago. We're going to try to get out of the way of that, but we're just north of Beecher City, as it looks like another little bit of rotation is about to head northeast here into town. So we'll keep you updated, Kevin. Obviously, storm conditions have picked up, really heavy rain. It's been windy for a little bit, but our main concern right now is just kind of staying out of that pocket of rotation that is just completely coated in rain, at least from this side of the storm right now. So in Beecher City, Kevin, we've got eyes on that rotation heading southwest. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, yeah, you can see the lightning there, and you definitely get to where things are safe for you out there in the Stormtracker. But he's right there where I was just mentioning there, Beecher City, northwestern portions of Effingham County, and then kind of east of Cowden, and then heading towards the Stewardson area. That is our biggest area of concern that we've got. So he's kind of positioned himself there, maybe in a little bit of a better area. But again, we're talking about right here. This is so Seth location is right here, right into the northwestern portion of Effingham County. So Stewardson, be in your tornado safe spot right now. This is where, again, you kind of see a couple of these little brighter little pixels that we've got. And that's where we definitely have some strong winds here. So this is going to be just to the west of Shumway, and then Stewardson is right there just being covered up there by our little banner here. So we'll zoom that out just a little bit. So that right there is where some of that rotation is. So if you're in Stewartson, be in your tornado safe spot as the tornado warning does continue down in that area. As that whole line moves to the north and east, there are definitely some strong winds along the leading edge of that. That's the thing. Even if it's one of those things, again, even if you're not getting a tornado, you're getting really heavy wind. There are strong winds, super heavy rainfall. But quickly, because of the environment, because of just how these storms and where these storms are going into an area that could still be volatile. It's 6 o'clock now, a little bit after 6:01. We would normally obviously be into WCIA-3 News at 6 p.m., but we've got tornado warnings that are in effect. And so we're going to roll with our coverage here with our tornado warning. That is basically where the rotation is. They're near Beecher City. That is the Stewartson area. This is moving to the north and east, and we've had some pretty rapid speeds with this. And so we'll throw back on the reflectivity and look at all of that heavy rain. You hardly can see anything. And so what we've got there for you in the bottom right-hand corner is going to be the Stormtracker that Seth is showing us some of the pictures there. And then two views of the radar there for you, just in case if you can't see one, you can see the other. But you can see right here where we are. This rotation is moving to the northeast and is going to be moving into southeastern portions of Shelby County. So be on the lookout. And I just want to make mention too, for those of you that are out here into Cumberland and Coles County, we want you guys to have a lot of heads up. We want you guys to be prepared and kind of be knowing what's coming for you. This line, while right now looking kind of linear, may have these little embedded circulations that will kind of spin up, and it happens quick. It actually goes from, okay, doesn't look terrible, to, whoa, there it is. There's a little circulation. This happened on Sunday in Tolono. We were looking at a storm, and it was 1 or 2 radar scans, and suddenly there was rotation there, and there was an EF1 tornado. This is looking kind of similar to that, so I want you to just kind of be on guard. Anywhere, if you're ahead of this line right now, if you're ahead of this to the east of this line, as it moves off to the northeast, just be paying attention in these areas, because we're going to keep analyzing and keep looking at all of the different parameters that are within this. But this is where some of that rotation is located, and we can kind of see it. And we'll zoom back in, and that's where we're getting some of those reds and greens, again, near the Beecher City area. That is the area of concern that we've got right now. Probably some of the best rotation that we've got at this time. It's not anything that I'm looking at that I'm saying, yeah, that's for sure there, but it's definitely some broad rotation there, north, kind of right there near Beecher City and moving to the northeast. And so, as I mentioned, we had Seth in that general area. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Shelby County, tornado warnings in effect there as well. So you can see we've got the tornado warned storm that we're keeping an eye on. We've got other activity that we're watching coming out of kind of the St. Louis area and that whole line of storms that is moving through. And then we're watching Seth's camera to give us some of those visual cues as to what he's seeing as he's in that that area where those storms could form a tornado. So let's just do this. Let's just back it out. I want to take you back to our home view and give you kind of the wide perspective of everything. So we had some pretty good storms earlier up in Iroquois County and northern Champaign County and Piatt County. These are weaker. You're not seeing any warnings up here. Look at all the warnings are now down here. So this whole line is warned either with tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're really kind of watching this area here, our last little kind of tier of counties, okay? If you think of it, kind of one tier here, here's another tier of counties here, here's a third one here. So we're kind of getting into the last third of our viewing areas. They get kind of towards I-57. But these storms are going to ride close to I-70 to the north and east, cross I-57. And so you've got Coles, Cumberland, Clark, and Edgar counties that we're watching. Those are kind of the 4 counties that I've got my eyes on because of just the general trajectory that these storms will take. And then moving into this atmosphere that we could have additional development, additional strengthening with this area of thunderstorm activity here. So let's take you back in here. We'll zoom back down and see if we're seeing anything more. Again, kind of messy. you got a lot of rain, high precipitation, kind of what we call high precipitation supercells, and these kind of squall lines that have just a lot of rain coming out of them. So you don't get that kind of clear view that, looks into the storm. So it's difficult to see things a lot of times. So you got to look at the winds. You got to look at some of the velocities there and look at some of the very subtle things that could be an indicator that the storm is strengthening and maybe starting to rotate a little bit. And we definitely had some pretty decent signatures earlier today with some of the thunderstorms that were going on. Actually, some of the ones into, that would have been DeWitt County, and then even northern Piatt County. As a matter of fact, I think we had some pictures, and I know you guys have been hopefully efforting kind of getting together some of the pictures for us. If we have any more, feel free to pull some of those up because we can kind of share some of those from today and what we've seen in a few spots. I've heard about a couple of, some trees down here, some power lines down. I've not heard about a ton of structural damage yet from these storms, but if you have some reports, if you have some things, let us know kind of what you're seeing. You can inform us, and then we can tell the National Weather Service about potentially some of the damage that you had in your area. You can email us, news@wcia.com or weather@wcia.com. On our Facebook page. Hopefully we've got some producers monitoring our inboxes there and our emails to kind of get any reports that you guys have. They can pass those along to us, and we can kind of know kind of what you had in your area. So what we've got here is the latest tornado warning into Shelby County. This storm, I feel like it's kind of slowed down just a little bit. It was moving pretty rapidly off there to the northeast, but that line there maybe checking up just a little bit. How about the Effingham camera there, Adam? If you want to pull up our Effingham camera and look to the west and see what we're seeing with that line of storms that'll be coming into Effingham here before too long. And we'll pull that up here because that line's going to be rolling right through, and things are going to get kind of noisy and probably very windy in Effingham over the next half an hour or so. There's Neoga, very messy kind of squall line of storms that's moving to the northeast, and that is an area along I-57 that we're going to be monitoring closely over the next couple of hours. We're hoping that this can kind of clear our area in the next 2 hours or so. That's what we're hoping for, and get these out. So with kind of the next 2 hours is the prime time for us to have severe weather. I will say that there's probably some better news that things are calming down for areas to the west, and they're probably starting to trickle away some of the tornado watches.
Set up on Max 1, we have the tornado watch trickling away.
Yeah, so the tornado watch, so let's see what they've kind of cut back here. And you can see that, hey, Livingston, McLean, Logan, Sangamon, Morgan, Cass, Menard County is no longer in that watch. So they're trimming away at that watch. And I wouldn't be surprised if some additional counties start to get trimmed away here on this backside as that whole line starts to move through. And then we're just going to be talking about, like I said, maybe our eastern kind of couple tiers of counties before we can be done with this. But I'm hoping this watch does go until 10 p.m., but it goes until 10 p.m. mainly because of these Indiana counties. This tornado watch is all the way out here towards Indianapolis. So for us, it's probably going to be more like I mentioned, over the next couple of hours that there is a little bit of that concern. But did you get that Effingham camera?
Yes, I did. It's nothing but wet. I mean, it's
nothing but wet.
Yeah. I can pull it up again one more time, but it didn't see anything that stuck out to me. Just wall of water, basically. Yep.
Yeah. So a lot of heavy rainfall there. That line of storms is moving to the east and going to be really picking up there in Effingham. Going to be picking up Edgewood. Definitely seeing some heavy rainfall that's rolling through. And listen, as of right now, Neoga, Sigel, I don't see any immediate rotation, but I don't want you to let your guard down because these storms can quickly evolve, can quickly kind of spin something up when you're on that little line there. So let's not completely disregard this yet. We've got to carefully keep an eye on how these storms get going, and you can see a little bit of lightning there on our camera. That is in Effingham. So we're watching Cumberland, Coles, Effingham counties right now. That's kind of the main areas at this point as our storms move through. Tornado warning does continue. I'm just going to see if the Weather Service is saying anything about what they are.
So there's a new tornado warning that just popped up here. That's for Effingham and Clay County.
Okay.
Just popped up.
So it looks like we're told westbound traffic on I-70 near St. Elmo is at a standstill. They may have had a funnel cloud that is over near St. Elmo. So that's going to be kind of down here towards the Altamont area. So Effingham now under a tornado warning. So all of Effingham County under the new tornado warning. We'll switch back over to, there you go, perfect. Bless you there, Adam.
Thank you.
It's the allergies here, I'm telling you. So we've got the new tornado warning that is now in effect for Effingham County. If you're in Effingham, you want to be in your tornado safe spot here. Here we go with a little bit of that rotation. Let's see if we can try to pick something out here. And yeah, okay, so possibly something here. That funnel cloud report was over near St. Elmo. Again, I'll have Adam keeping to try to see if that Effingham camera can see anything for us looking to the southwest. It's been tough all day. We've tried to see things all day, but we'll see if he's able to kind of see anything. But it looks like there was that funnel cloud report near St. Elmo. So that was a few minutes ago. So now that's moving east. So this thing is coming into Effingham right now. Again, the strong couplet that we would look for is not super evident at this time, but we're seeing just a little bit of that rotation trying to get going. So I would be definitely taking shelter, Mason up to Watson, up to the Effingham area, taking shelter if you're in parts of Effingham County right now as the tornado warning continues to be in effect for you. Looks like some of that rotation is showing up close to I-70. We mentioned the Altamont area. We mentioned right here where that funnel cloud was reported. So right here's where we're talking about. And this thing may just kind of ride right along I-70. And if there is something, it could be coming into Effingham. So a lot of people watch us down there in Effingham County. Watching us right now and you hear my voice, I would take shelter. This thing is just starting to develop a little bit more, starting to kick up a little bit more. So I want you guys to be in your safe spot. Adam, are you getting ready to say something?
Yes, I was getting ready to say something real quick there, Kevin. We've got a picture. I know they're working on it right now. They may not have it up or not, but we got one from Jacob. And even though he's not here, from there over by Dawson. So again, he's got from Tyler Abbott in Dawson. He's northeast of Paxton. And it looks like there was a little bit of damage out that way halfway between Loda and Clarence. So yeah, that's one picture we're gonna have here in a little bit here. Okay. But just letting you know that there are some pictures that are coming in right now.
Okay, great. Yeah, efforting any of those pictures you guys may have of some of the earlier damage. Let me know what you're seeing, and we'll be sure to share those with our folks here. All right, guys. Again, that storm coming into Effingham. I'm just saying it's trying to kick up a little bit more. It's kind of there, Altamont to the Watson area. Just watch this area carefully. There's that tornado warning. Oh wow, look at that.
That's the one I was just mentioning. Yep.
Okay, so give me that location there again.
That was over by, give me 1 second there. That was over by halfway between Loda and Clarence, northeast of Paxton.
Okay, so that's with the earlier storms that we had between Loda and Paxton. That's going to be up there, right? That's going to be up there when we were talking about that storm that eventually came into Cessna Park. That is going to be an area there where they issued that tornado warning. So yeah, that's a little bit of damage there. As you can see, that looks like tornado damage to me. And the reason look at the sheet metal that's wrapped around the trees there. And so yeah, right there where some of those wind turbines are located. So okay, there we go. There's your view from. Oh, they've got some more pictures there. Yep. You can see the roof that is off. It looks like that kind of shed there. And so some damage up there. Again, this was up in Ford County, right? Up there into Ford County. Some power lines that are down. And again, these are from earlier storms that came through. I believe we were probably during the 5 o'clock newscast when that occurred. So the concern there from earlier storms where we have had some damage. So you can see snapped power lines there. And usually with the high tension, a lot of tension on these lines, you get one of these to kind of snap and go, and then you'll have multiple. It's like a domino effect that could roll through. So Guys, and also check maybe some of the power outages that are going on, if we could, and kind of see what some of the numbers are looking with power outages. But concern right now is with our storm here in Effingham. And I got to tell you, a little bit of an uptick on this, okay? A little bit of an uptick. And this is an area that we're going to watch. And this is kind of, we like to say, it's Seth Bohnhoff territory down here. He kind of owns the Effingham County area, of course, from the Dietrich area. And we're going to be watching that, guys. So be paying attention if you're down here between Effingham and Dietrich and Watson, because we're starting to get a little brighter colors here showing up, and this thing may be trying to ramp up a little bit more. If nothing else, there's some really strong winds within our storm here. So this is something that we're definitely keeping a very close eye on, and I want you guys there that are down into Watson to be in your tornado safe spot. The tornado warning is right here. That's Effingham, obviously. And you got 45 there going south, but that rotation is starting to kick up just a little bit more. So definitely be in your tornado safe spot if you live anywhere here between Watson and Effingham, and then back out here to eastern portions of Effingham County, because this thing is moving to the northeast here, and that is where our rotation is located at this time. So please, if you're down that way, seek shelter, lowest level of your home. You want to be on the, center part of your house. Best place you can go is a basement. I know everybody doesn't have a basement, but if you can, that's where you want to go. And let me see if I can't pull up here maybe some of our graphics that talk about where you can go and tornado safety tips. And so cars, that is the worst place that you can be. A lot of traffic there, I know, along area interstates of I-70 and I-57. There's a ton of people down there. You want to get out of those, obviously. Mobile homes, bad spot. Under highway overpass, bad spot. But here's some other things to kind of keep mentioned here, is the fact that you do have some good spots to go. You got tornado shelters or safe rooms. I get it. Not a lot of people have that. Or basements. Okay, there's a few of you do. But here's some great alternatives. Interior room, center part of your house, bathroom with no windows. Also bad spots, anywhere near an outside wall or even manufactured housing. So those are just a couple of things I wanted to mention there where you could go to stay safe, because I think we're seeing something down there between Effingham and Watson. The rotation is increasing and heading through central portions of Effingham County right now. So be in your tornado safe spot, those locations that we just mentioned. Here's the wide view backing things out. We're getting a lot of heavy rain. I know there's some people up here in Champaign. You're hearing some rain in Monticello. You're hearing the rain up in Gibson City. None of this is severe. This is just regular rain, and we're going to put down some really hefty rainfall amounts, and that's a big thing here. But the major concern is Effingham County coming right into Effingham between Watson and Dietrich. So you've got to be in your tornado safe spot. This, once again, is going to be one of those where the tornado is embedded in rain, and you are not going to see a single thing when it comes to this. Seth is here with us. Seth, what's your location? What are you seeing?
Kevin, I am on I-57. I'm not seeing much. Excuse me. I'm on the I-57-70 interchange here. We have decided that if we take 70 east, I am not comfortably away from that rotation. I just think things are going to get a little too close to call here in Effingham. I don't want to be on I-70 when things get a little dicey if that thing hooks north. So we're going to actually take 57 north. We're going to lose eyes on this for just a little bit, but I hope we can kind of arc back to the east a little bit and see where that ends up. It's just a little bit of a tricky call here in Effingham, kind of hard to get through town in a fast, efficient way. So we're just going to kind of curve north. It's been pounding us with rain. Winds have really picked up here at points in time too. And of course, we can't really see anything here with this storm. But yeah, the Effingham area, particularly down there in the southern part of Effingham City, needs to really keep an eye on things here, because that rotation is getting ready to kind of surge in here soon. So we're going to take it north. We're going to try to get out of its way here, and we'll see if we can kind of head east and maybe be able to get out in front of it again at some other point, Kevin. So we have just branched off to I-57 north in Effingham. Kevin, back to you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Sorry about the camera there. It's kind of flashing in and out there. We'll try to fix that, but he's right. He's going to try to jog out of there. That rotation coming into Effingham as we speak. So let's let's go ahead and take this. We'll go ahead and bring you back down into this. And that thing is right over Effingham. And it is embedded. The tornado would be embedded right there with the rain. So here we go. Velocity. Boom. Look at that thing right there. Okay. There's two topless. You need to be in your tornado safe spot in two topless. You need to be there in Effingham. I think we might have something going on here. This is a really good signature that's showing up here. This is going to be on the southeast side of Effingham. Southeast side of Effingham, it looks like, where we may have something right here. This is your rotation on the storm. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. The rotation right here, guys. It's going to be moving to the north and east. You got two topless that's right here. And so the concern is definitely with our storm that is going to be hugging along I-70. So Seth here was like, yeah, we're going to head back north on 57, which is a good choice to get out of that, because I think right here is where that rotation is with our storm. And so you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now, because this thing here is definitely packing a punch. Reflectivity has picked up quite a bit. If you're in Effingham, if you're in two topless, within this heavy rainfall, I've got a real sneaky feeling that there might be a tornado in there. So please get into your safe spot right now. This is... Oh.
Rating at all.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. See what you can get with that, but... we'll keep monitoring our camera that's down there, but it's in rain. It's the same issue that you would have if you were trying to look at this thing. It's completely embedded with the rain that is out there. So again, that rotation with our storm is right here. Okay, guys. So let's click back on our velocity, and you're going to see right here along Highway 40, I-70. Boy, that thing is right there. And maybe over two topless now. I think we might have some activity kind of over two topless. So right about through here is the rotation. And it's moving off here to the north and to the east. So the rotation again in this general area, kind of where some of these reds and greens are coming together. That's what we're looking at. All right. Montrose is over here. Go ahead, Adam.
Better view of the now that the rain has kind of calmed down. It was pretty bad for a second. Lots of lightning out here. And I think I want to pull that up on Max 1 real quick. Looking at just a lot of the mall right there of just the precipitation that we had, and a lot of lightning. I mean, it seems like every 2 seconds there's a new bit of lightning coming through here. I would not be surprised with it having that hard of control. Ooh, there was a really good flash right there. CG just a second ago there. So yeah, wow. I'm just looking at how much of a mall that it is. Yeah, there it is. See, there it is.
Whoa.
There's a little bit of a delay here. I've got
which you can see.
Yeah, from what I can see, what you guys can see. But I can tell you, it was hard to move. And I'm wondering if that had to do anything to do with the rotation, just kind of moving just to the southeast of town, just a little bit ago, because it seems a little bit calmer than what it was. I mean, obviously still it's a thunderstorm, but it was hard to see anything. Really low visibilities here as I look to the southeast of town. So I don't know if that had to do anything with it, but really hard view. And now we're just kind of enjoying the lightning now. There's a lot of flashes happening here, but quite the mess. If you're in Effingham County, again, make sure you are in your safe space right now, because this is just a nasty little storm moving through here as well. So back to you, Kevin.
Okay. Tornado warning continues, and they've just extended this now, I believe, into Cumberland County. So yeah, so they continue this into Cumberland and Jasper County. No surprise, because it's moving so quick. I'll tell you what, we'll switch back over here to radar, and we'll keep an eye on both the radar, the Seth shot there, and then our tower cam as well. Let me clear this off, because look, the rotation's actually already now moving east of Teutopolis. So that's what I mean by just how fast moving these storms are. So now this is kind of over the Montrose area, and we'll move the map over just a little bit more to kind of show you guys what we've got. So now you're getting some more and more of this rotation right there between 70 and Highway 40. Right there is where that rotation is going to be coming into. So there's Montrose. And so we've got the new tornado warning, and I'm just getting this kind of coming into me right now. So bear with me for a second. So the tornado warning does not include Neoga, but it does include Toledo. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna pull up the warnings because I want to show you who is potentially under the gun here. And we back this out. See a lot of red. I know that. So let's look at this here. So we've got tornado warnings in effect now for a good chunk of Effingham County, but here's the new one. So this is Jasper County, just a sliver, but you've got Cumberland County right here. Okay, Neoga is right here. You guys are not in the tornado warning, but you will are in the tornado warning there in the Toledo area. So you need to be taking shelter. It's because of our storm that's kind of ramped up. That's coming out of Effingham County now. And so there it is. Let's click back on the normal radar view that you see. It's this big wall of rain, but embedded in this rain is rotation, and rotation from a possible tornado. And so there we go, zooming back down in on this. And so that's why green up. Okay, you guys need to be, paying attention here as well, because the tornado warning, they're kind of down the line there. That rotation is literally sitting right over Montrose now. So here we go. Let's take you back down right there. Right there where 70 and 40 kind of meet up. This is the rotation east of Teutopolis along I-70 and US 40. That's your rotation with our storm moving to the north and east. Get into your tornado safe spot here. That's Woodbury off to the east. Now we're getting into Cumberland County. Okay, that's Jewett. These are the areas that we're definitely watching. This storm is moving so quick that you can barely, the radar kind of even barely keeps up with it. But I would be watching things if you're in Toledo, Jewett, down the line, Casey, you guys are going to have that storm coming to you. Clark County, technically not in any warning yet, but the rotation with this is over Montrose. Woodbury going to be next. And boy, this thing is moving so fast. And I believe the last check was around 65 miles an hour, rapidly moving off here to the northeast. I'm going to see if I'm looking at some other parameters on our radar just to see if I can see any debris signatures or anything. And I'm not seeing any of that, which is some good news. But boy, it's close. If it's not doing something, it is super close to wanting to do something right now, right here. Okay, guys. So this is moving off to the northeast. Green up. You need to be paying attention here. In the next few minutes, I'm not giving you guys hardly any time between Jewett to green up. I'm not giving you hardly any time. Toledo, just kind of be watching things because this storm is rapidly moving off to the northeast. You're going to want to be in your tornado safe spot if you are anywhere down here, guys. And we kind of told you where to go. I'm just going to kind of pull this in even more to kind of look at some of these spots because I just want to show some of these roads that are down here and where the storm is eventually going because it may be coming into. There's green up, and then there's the Toledo area. Right now, you're getting some really strong winds, but the rotating part of this, where that tornado would be just there, and the updated radar scan. So we get these updated scans every few minutes. So sometimes it takes just a bit for us to kind of get that to come in. I would almost, because of how fast this thing is moving, and saying, hey, you know what? This probably is a little bit more to the east than what the radar is showing just at this moment, because it's got to process all that data, and it's probably getting a lot closer to the green up area there because of how fast of a moving storm this is. But I'm definitely seeing that rotation on radar. I'm seeing it there, right there along I-70. I don't know if we have any traffic cameras down. I know there are several of them that are on getting around Illinois, whatever that website is, what the website is. Some of those traffic cameras are down there along I-70. I know there's several of them along that path. Lots of semis, as you know, a lot of semi traffic down there along I-70 between Effingham and Terre Haute. And so going to be a lot of traffic out there at 6:30 p.m. on this Wednesday night. The rotation with this now east of Montrose and going right towards Jewett. If you're in Jewett, you want to be in your tornado safe spot because it's coming to you next. All right, there it is. I'd be watching between Toledo and Greenup as well. Between Toledo and Greenup, this thing's going to go anywhere in this general area here. Rotation is definitely evident. We'll zoom in out just a little bit more. So there's green up, showing up on your screen. There's Toledo. I know some of you may be watching us in Neoga and Sigel. You guys are okay right now in terms of the tornadic part of the storm. But boy, this is something to watch here. You guys just had a pretty good storm come through, but now the worst of it is past you. So now we're talking about southern portions right there along the Effingham, kind of Jasper and Cumberland County line is where we've got the highest threat for a tornado. And actually probably some of the better signatures that we've seen here to this point here this afternoon. So we want you to take this seriously. You've got kind of rivals some of the stuff we were looking at earlier up into portions of Ford and Iroquois County. I just feel like this thing is rapidly starting to tighten up a little bit more and maybe starting to produce that tornado. So be in your tornado safe spot here, as I mentioned, right there in the Jewett area. Definitely Woodbury, it's on top of you right now. But this storm is definitely very intense. And again, moving into an area where this thing could really kind of wrap up and wind things up even more than what we've had so far up to this point. Widen the view out just a little bit. Here we go. Just want to show you guys again where we are, Toledo and Greenup. And right along I-70 and anywhere there along US 40, all of those spots, we're seeing things. Adam, Weather Service mentioning anything? Oh,
Yep, working on pictures. Sorry there, Kevin. Here's one that I've got pulled up real quick that people can look at. Peyton Cabe sent us in run from Cissna Park. And, you know, we got that picture in. There's another funnel cloud, very similar to the one we saw earlier. As I look through the National Weather Service, though, storm reports, flash flooding is one of the things they're seeing there towards Beecher City and Effingham County. Other spots here, they're continuing the severe thunderstorm warning. And wind gusts, get this, near Clay County there, about 70 miles per hour. I know that's kind of outside of our viewing area. And they're continuing that tornado warning there for 1-inch hail as well in Effingham County. Expires on the 6:45. So, yeah, just kind of a mess here with these storms, Kevin.
Okay. So real quick here, I just want to make mention real quick here. I want to show you the radar real quick because before we go, we're going to get some information from our news team here. I want to tell everyone in Jewett, in Toledo, in Greenup, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Getting a new radar scan that's kind of coming across to me that's telling me that this thing is strengthening a little bit, and you should be in your tornado safe spot. Greenup, Toledo to Jewett, that thing is right on top of you, tightening up. The rotation is increasing. So be checking. We'll be checking back with you here in just a second. We want to go to news here. You guys have gathered some information for us here. Tell us a few things here, and again, then throw it back to us because we're going to continue to track this tornado that is potentially happening in Cumberland County. But what have you guys heard so far here this evening?
All right, Kevin, I just got off the phone with Ford County's EMA Director, Terry Whitebird. He is heading to this scene. We want to show you these pictures that we got in. This is northeast of Paxton. He's en route. He says there are several power lines down. The barn is destroyed. This is just over the Ford-Iroquois County line. He said it was 483 east at 100 north. No other damage in the county that he knows about. He said some roads are almost flooded. I asked anything in particular that we should tell our viewers. He said definitely use caution around Route 45 north of Loda. He says there is water across that. He said Gibson City does have some localized flooding, but that'll dissipate once the rain stops. So again, right now, the damage that we do have is in just northeast of Paxton. He's headed there right now. He's great. He said, Jennifer, I will call you as soon as I get there and let you know what I see. So Terry is on the case. He is making sure everybody is safe. But again, if you're out there driving, not that you can hear me, but if you know somebody who's out there, he said, use caution around Route 45. That is north of Loda. I don't know if I said that. There is water across the road. So you really should just avoid that area right now. That's the report from Ford County.
All right, perfect. So some damage up there. Thank you, news team, gathering information for us. Thanks to those emergency managers and first responders and people that are getting back to us. They've got a job to do, and we're trying to pass along information. We appreciate everybody out there. But let's get back to the big thing happening right now, and that's the fact that we've got a potential tornado here coming close to the Toledo and Greenup area. If you are in Toledo, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. I stress this to you. This thing has continued to kind of ramp up here in the last few minutes. It is right there. Okay, you're looking at County Road 1225 East, right there near Jewett I mean, it's literally kind of a triangle. You did a triangle of Greenup down to Jewett, Toledo. This is the area here that we are definitely concerned about. All of you watching us, please be in your lowest level of your home. Get into the basement, center part of your house, closet, bathroom. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's what we need you to do right now. This thing's ramping up a little bit more. I'm just seeing things on radar that are telling me that this thing is looking a little bit worse. So we want you down into Cumberland County to be paying attention. And I want to just give a heads up to those of you maybe out into Edgar County and southeastern Coles County. This storm eventually could be heading in your direction. And here's what I mean by this. We're just going to take it back out. Well, we've kind of warned this area. I want to show you where this eventually could go if this continues to the northeast, as many of them have. You're going to see, so here's Casey, here's Clark County. Here is the corner of Coles County that's right here. And then just above that, then you're getting into, so here's Edgar County. So clear rotation here. If we took this and I just went kind of a straight line to the north and east, maybe you're talking about Casey and then maybe into southeastern portions of Edgar County if this kind of stays on that path, or maybe it rides a little bit more along I-70. But needless to say, that right there is a very strong indicator of rotation and where we may have a tornado happening, as we've seen a rapid increase in some of the rotation there on the east side of Toledo. We're seeing that between Toledo and Greenup. And there is the new updated radar scan right there, guys. Definitely concerned there between Toledo and Greenup. That's where we've got the best rotation on our storm. And if we'd have something, it will be extremely difficult to see because, as we've said several times today, the fact that these storms have been producing a ton of rain. So let's just show you this. So there's the updated scan. So here's what we'll do. I'll put this on here. But so your rotation is literally right here in between. We're looking at the winds now. See the greens and some of the reds there. Look what this looks like on reflectivity. If there was a tornado right there, it's the middle of the rain. All that red color is super heavy downpours. It's hail. Okay, it's strong wind. You're not seeing anything in there. It's not visible. Okay, so get to your safe spot. I am concerned, so we have to just keep looking at velocity. Reflectivity doesn't do it for us. We got to look at this parameter here that shows us that rotation on our storm between Toledo and Greenup. This thing is definitely taking on some characteristics that I don't like to see. And what we're seeing here is that kind of rapid intensification and rotation that's showing up. And it's now looking to be maybe just northeast of Toledo and Greenup now. I'm just looking at another kind of updated radar scan. What I'm actually going to do here, I'm going to pull up another one of our products that we use here, another radar view. And so here's what we're looking at. Essentially, we've got rotation. So here's essentially where we've got some of the spin that's happening. So that's Toledo and Greenup, where these reds and greens are right here, moving to the north and east. So if you're between Toledo and Greenup, you need to be in your tornado safe spot still. But now this thing is going to be continuing to move off to the north and east. And so as we kind of widen the view out just a little bit more to show you guys, you're talking about, parts of Clark County here, Westfield. You've got areas over there, Martinsville. We're going to be keeping an eye on things, and obviously Casey. And then eventually maybe southern portions of Edgar County that we've got to watch. Okay, real quick here, let's show you another picture. This looks like it's from down in Teutopolis, down in Effingham County. It's like a pretty good tree snapped off there in Teutopolis as that storm and the winds came ripping through. So thank you to those of you that are sending in some of those photos to us of some of the damage. So trees and power lines. Adam, have you been able to work up anything in terms of power outages and a little?
Yep, I've got to redo it now.
Yeah.
But just recently I had got one pulled up here about maybe 30 minutes ago. Let's see if I can pull it up again. And this is needs to be updated again. But we have over 6,000 customers without here in the state of Illinois. That's now been jacked up to 6,980. So I have to re-put that number in. But you can see some of the spots already heavily hit there. McLean County, Iroquois County, and I'm sure those numbers are going to go up. And definitely down towards Effingham and Marion County, Fayette, all the way to Bond and Clinton County. I know those aren't in our viewing area, but it's just south of our viewing area. That's where they're starting to see like the uptick too, and a lot of the severe weather as well. So I'm going to have to adjust Fayette's numbers there. But yeah, we've got quite a number of just power outages already, kind of widespread too, not concentrated in one specific spot here. But again, those numbers are updated. I'm going to update them right now. And again, it's just been tallying up, and no surprises that it's tallying up here because we've had those storms just kind of rocking through areas that haven't been hit yet. Those areas that are not been primed just yet, or they've been primed, but they haven't seen the storm activity just yet. Let me go down towards there in Fayette County and adjust it. But I will say that we have had quite a lot of spots there that have just seen that severe weather. So again, just be mindful of that we're still tracking those tornado warnings, but power outages are also now a concern too for parts of us here in Central Illinois, not just down to the south, but also towards Iroquois County and into parts of DeWitt County too.
Okay, thanks a lot for the update there on some of the power outages. And just for the folks that are back in the control room, I am sending over to you a video. If you guys can get that turned around for me, I just sent it over on the within the email. So let me know if you guys can get that turned around and when we can kind of show that, and I'll talk about that video. But in the meantime, let's bring you back here to the radar where we've got tornado warnings that are still in effect. Let's zoom in here. We've been watching our storm into Cumberland County, and we've had confirmation again just south there into portions of Jasper County of the confirmation of tornado. But I got to tell you, we're still seeing some pretty good signs of rotation on our storm here that is moving basically north and east of Greenup at this time. KZ, you need to be watching out here. Technically, we don't have a warning for you just yet as far as the tornado warning goes, but we're still seeing some of that rotation. If nothing else, there are some really strong winds with this storm as it's coming through, and we switch it back to just the regular radar view. You can just look at all that. I mean, just a ton going on there. What I want to do is let me just come back down to the storm that's kind of technically kind of fringe of our viewing area here, but we still kind of, watch things down here for the folks that are down into portions of Jasper County and into Newton County there. They had a confirmation of a tornado that's been down that way. Looks like some pretty good rotation there near Newton that's happening. And so we're going to watch that. But right now, the biggest concern kind of for our area is going to be coming into northeastern Cumberland County. So between Casey and Westfield eventually. And let's just kind of bring you back here, back to our neck of the woods where we kind of monitor things. And so, yeah, still a little bit of something that's right there. We got the updated scan that just kind of kicked in. So there's KZ. Okay, you're getting north and east of Greenup now. And so you're getting to the corner, okay, the corner up here of, Edgar County and Coles County here. So kind of in this in-between zone between a couple of our radars. But if you're in Westfield, I'd be kind of just carefully monitoring things here and keeping an eye on stuff as we continue to have that potential for a tornado to form near KZ, between KZ and Westfield. It's kind of the area we're looking at, far northeastern portions of Cumberland County, maybe down around the Maple Point area. That's where the rotation is at best. No.
Choose to go.
Oh, okay.
Just it doesn't play. So if you want me to, I can take over and talk about velocity while you adjust that if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so let's take it back to Max 1 real quick here. And if you want, actually, I'll go to the chroma key real quick, or not the chroma key, excuse me, the quad wall. And real quick, you can see that we've got that rotation that we've been watching the whole time between Greenup and KZ. That's what we're watching out for. You can kind of see where the reds, the brighter pinks, and the green meet between Timothy, Greenup, and KZ. That's kind of the area we're watching out for. It's right on the edge of that tornado warning as well. So we're keeping an eye on this. Again, Martinsville isn't far down the road here. Neither is Parker, and it's along 70 and 40. So again, those are two spots right there that we kind of have to watch out for the potential for traffic happening right now. And kind of looking at what Seth's doing right now, he's driving in some really dense spots of lightning out there. So if you're in the area there towards Timothy, getting closer towards the Parker area and north of Casey there along I-70, make sure, we just got an update on the scan, that you are taking advantage of your safe spaces. Go there right now. Make sure you are staying safe. Even up towards Greenup and Timothy, I'd say still stay in shelter too as well. But right there where the pink and the green meet, again, this is a little hard to see because it's a little far from the radar there down in Evansville, but we're starting to see at least a little bit more of that, what we would look for if we were looking out for the tornado potential here. And it looks like they just added a new tornado warning too as well. We'll have to talk more about that here in just a second. If we can just go straight to Max 1 real quick, just full screen, I can adjust that seat here and talk more about that warning. But yeah, we've got the tornado warning that's brand new, and it does include Martinsville. Kevin, over to you.
Okay, so there you go. We will get the details on that here. So they're basically continuing that. I do have that video that I had mentioned a little bit earlier. So this is actually video of shut up near the Harris Elevator on 150 just east of Farmer City. So just east of Farmer City and the Harris Elevator up there on 150, you can see that shed that was damaged. So that's with some of those earlier storms that came through. Thanks to Cal who sent that over to us. So that is just some more of that damage that we have been dealing with here tonight. So let's get you the latest details on this new warning. And it's no surprise, but I got to tell you, I feel like this thing's picking up in rotation a little bit more. And so our concern is going back up here for our storm coming out of northeastern Cumberland County and heading into parts of Edgar and northwestern Clark County. So what we'll do here is come back and zoom down in on this thing and analyze it the best we can. But I can tell you from what I'm looking at here, definitely seems like there is that slight uptick. And we were kind of worried in our last kind of couple tiers of counties what this thing may do. So let's look at it here. We've got a lot of folks that tune in and watch us down this way. So here we go. Zoom you back down in here, and so there's Casey right now. What we've got to look at velocity again because we can't see much in just the regular reflectivity mode. So here we go. Here's the new warning that is in effect, and it does look like it does include Paris, but the rotation on this storm is, let me just double check. Yeah, that does look like it's just northwest of Casey, right where the three couple of counties kind of come together here. So you've got Clark County right here. You've got Cumberland County here with our storm. And then you got southeastern Coles County there. So where the three county lines kind of meet up, that's where we're seeing that. So just south of Westfield, rotation on our storm. So this tornado warning now in effect. Again, let's zoom out here and kind of show you. So here you've got, that's the southern portion of Edgar County. And then you've got Clark County here. That's Casey, Oilfield. You need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. This is a very dangerous situation, very strong storm that is showing up north and east of that Maple Point area, just northwest of Martinsville. A definite uptick in what the rotation has been showing here as of late. And, would not be surprised if we've got a tornado somewhere within this wild and crazy rain-filled. I mean, look at this thing. It's somewhere within this heavy, heavy rain. I mean, if you ever looked at the radar when it's raining and you got the red color, you know how heavy that usually is. So then put a tornado potentially within that, and super difficult to see. Sometimes it's not going to be the classic, cone. You're not going to see that here with this. Okay. So just be careful. If you're up there, you definitely need to be in your tornado safe spot in the northwestern portions of Clark County, southeastern portions of Edgar County. You're talking about the Kansas area, Grandview as well. I would definitely be watching out for things in Grandview. Oliver, just be watching this carefully. But right now, between Casey and Westfield is where the best rotation is with our storm. We'll back it out just a little tiny bit more. So there's Casey, Westfield. You're talking right there, Oilfield as well. And moving to the northeast, it's going to clip basically the northwestern corner of Clark County, but then potentially come into southern portions of Edgar County. So that's what we're looking at here. Okay, guys. So here we go. If you're watching us in southern Edgar County, take shelter right now. You're under the tornado warning. There's Parker to the Dolson area right now. Tornado warning is in effect. So I'll tell you what we'll do here, guys. News is getting a little bit more information that they can tell us about. So what we're going to do here is kind of take a small little break to throw over to them and let them inform us of some things. Right now, biggest concern between KZ, Westfield, and the Martinsville area, and then heading south of Kansas, south of Paris at this point. But take shelter if you are in those locations at this time. What are you still learning here at this hour, Jennifer?
So we're calling all of the EMA directors around central Illinois to see what they are seeing. We aren't getting a hold of everybody, but we did reach Tammy Schneider with Macon County. And good thing, she said, they don't have any damage. She said there is one power line down at Washington and Argenta. So you want to avoid that area. You don't want to be anywhere near that, but nothing else to report. So that's some good news in Macon County.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you for that update over there. They definitely had some of the earlier storms that moved through. I will do this for some folks that are watching us out there. So a couple of things I'll make mention. Number one, the tornado warning, the biggest threat, southern Edgar County right now, and the northwestern portions of Clark County. That's where the rotation is showing up. But what I want to do is just back this out briefly, and because I've had some people asking about, wow, it's coming down pretty good up here in Danville, and we're getting some really strong winds. And the radar does confirm that there's a pocket of some stronger winds here in eastern Champaign and now into Vermilion County, so near Oakwood. So there are some pretty strong winds that are up here this way. And so Danville, you're probably about to see some of those winds kind of come through with this little line, this little segment right here. So Danville probably is seeing, or here in the next few minutes, you're going to be feeling some of those strong winds along that corridor where these winds have kicked up. So I just wanted to make mention of that because I know we've got some people watching us there in Vermilion County, and they're wanting to know what's going on up there. But I just noticed that on radar, a little pocket of winds there. But right now, the main concern continues to be with our storms here into now northwestern Clark County, and then here's Edgar County now in the southwest corner. Rotation here near Westfield and moving to the northeast. So watch out near Grandview, just south of Grandview, south of Kansas. That is kind of the biggest area of concern. We'll watch Oliver. We'll watch Martinsville and Marshall and eventually Paris there. Just kind of stay on guard. You are all within the tornado warning at this time. And we're going to carefully just watch this area and see if any further development occurs. I will say this, we're kind of getting to hopefully maybe the backside of some of the strongest stuff. Because when we look at the wider view of everything, what we'll do here is kind of take you and zoom it out a little bit more. And you're going to notice that the eastern edge of this now pushing into Edgar and Clark counties, and then we're not seeing a whole lot here back towards the west. And so things are calming down back here, which is some great news for some of our viewers. We've got some new video to share with you here. And so this is going to be some video from the Charleston area, I'm told. Whoa, well, look at that. Just hear the wind. So that was earlier in the Charleston area as the storms came through. You can just look at the sheets of rain, the wind blowing through there. So these were some very intense storms. Thanks to one of our viewers who sent that beacon. You can just kind of hear the roar there. Those strong winds over 60 miles an hour in a lot of areas. So thank you again. If you've got any photos or videos or pictures or anything you want to share with us, news at WCIA.com, weather at WCIA.com. You can send them via the weather app. You can go to our Facebook pages and anywhere out there. We've got several opportunities for you to share some things with us, and I'll be glad to share what you guys have with our viewers as everybody's kind of wondering what they are seeing tonight. And what we are seeing are some strong winds I will say this again, up into Vermilion County, there's some fairly strong winds there, but the tornadic storm that we have been carefully monitoring, it's just such a messy situation with all of these different tornado warnings that are in effect. Let's kind of take you back up here to our storm that is into northwestern portions of Edgar County, or I should say Clark County. So now there's near Westfield, and here's what we got to do. I can't see much with reflectivity, so we got to throw on the velocity to be able to pick out any of the subtle signatures that would be within this. So there we go. Now east of Westfield, the rotation is probably going to be sitting on the county line of Edgar and Clark County here. And again, you got Coles County coming up here as well. There's Ashmore over there. So this is going to be passing just to your south and east. But now you've got Kansas here. This probably passes just to your south, but let's see here. Okay, as this goes back to the north and east. So there's Paris. I know a lot of people that watch us there in Paris will have to see the exact placement of where some of these storms go. Oliver, I'd be watching things. I know we're getting kind of an uptick in some of the winds there with this. And maybe even a couple of circulations. I got to be honest with you. I'm just kind of glancing at something else here. So maybe, I'm seeing here. So maybe one there, south and east of Westfield. Let me see. Is there another one up here? Maybe kind of close to Kansas. So yeah, there's a couple different spots there where we might have a little bit of rotation. We're kind of bouncing back between a couple of the radars here to try and determine this, but definitely some strong winds, at least showing up there with our storm now coming into Kansas. So again, we flip back over to reflectivity. You're going to see a lot of red. That's some intense stuff there and some hail within all of this. And just to give you an idea of what is left from all of the different warnings and where the locations are, we'll throw on the warnings now, and we'll back this out to kind of show you the polygons that show the areas that are most under the gun. You're going to see some different colors here. So give me a second and I'll kind of explain them. So you've got this orange color, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. So basically everything east of I-57, kind of east of Charleston, all the way to the state line, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. Then within that, we've got a tornado warning here with our storm that we've been watching into southeastern Coles County there, northwestern Clark County, and now coming into southern Edgar County. Then earlier, we actually had this confirmed. The purple color here is going to be the confirmed tornado that we had a little bit earlier. I'm still not seeing a ton there on radar with that one, because that one's kind of just on the edge of our viewing area. We kind of cover that spot down there in Jasper County, but that one I think has let up a little bit. I still think that the best, and the greens here just for kind of covering everything, those are going to be your flood warnings that are occurring. All right, so here's what we're going to do here, because we still have tornado warnings, and before people start getting upset here, we're just going to tell you, we've got tornado warnings still in effect here into Edgar County. We're going to have to hang with this. I know that Survivor is coming on here. Usually it's 7 o'clock. Policy is to stay on with a tornado warning. So if you've got the Paramount app, you can watch on the streaming on there to check that out. We will be staying with this. Here's hopefully some good news. I don't think we're going to be doing this for too much longer, because these storms are going to be moving out of our viewing area, and that's when they hit the Indiana state line. And then Terre Haute deals with that. But we cover up here into Edgar and Clark counties, and so we are going to be monitoring this last little batch that is moving through. Okay, and so that's between Kansas to Paris. We've got a tornado warning that's right through here. I'm hoping over the next 15 to 20 minutes we can start to clear these storms off into Indiana. And then we'll look at a couple of things, but potentially could start to see kind of the back edge of all of this starting to move through and see an end to this tornadic threat. But tornado warning does continue here for Edgar and for Clark County. That storm coming into Marshall, they're looking pretty good. We'll throw on some of the velocity, and we're still seeing some of that rotation here. Be on the lookout there in Paris. We talked about over near the Oliver area, right there on the Edgar and Clark County line. Definitely seeing some strong winds, some very strong winds there south of Grandview and east of Westfield, still seeing some of the strong winds. So right here, we're still watching this. So again, it is 7 p.m. And I know some of you, again, just trying to come in and tune in to our regular programming. we're going to hold on with this as we've got tornado warnings that are still in effect here for our friends that live over here in Paris, in Edgar County, also over here towards the Marshall area into Clark County. Hopefully the backside of this begins to move through and we can go back to regular programming. But for now, we're warning all of our friends that are down here in Edgar County about this tornado potential that has been showing up over the last hour or so. We've had some confirmations here recently of some of this from earlier storms. We've had reports of several areas of damage as well. So I encourage you, if you've got the CBS Paramount app, you can go on there and stream your regular shows. But for now, first and foremost is the concern and safety of our friends that are out there in Edgar County. So here we go. This is the rotation. We've zoomed right down in on this. This is going to be east of Westfield. You've got Dolson here, and now you're getting into the southern portions of Edgar County. And this is where the storm has got some really strong winds. There's Kansas right there in western Edgar County. And then here's Paris. So this thing may track right up here to the north and east, hopefully south of Paris, but it is an area of concern that we've got right now. There are some really strong winds within this. And even if we're not getting a tornado, we've probably got some 70-mile-an-hour winds. And I'm just going to look at something else here off screen that shows me some of those wind speeds and some really strong winds that are rolling through northern portions of Clark County and heading towards the Marshall area. So Marshall is going to see some really strong winds with this. And that's what this color is. You see some of these brighter colors that we've got. All of this, probably 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. And then this will roll off into Indiana. So just to show all of our folks here what we've got, to give you the wide view and perspective, so you know just how much longer we may be doing this, you can see the back edge starting to move through. So we cover, again, all the way up here to the state line. So we're already seeing this back edge that's coming through. So everything back here is good. We've got this last little bit. We've got to skirt through Edgar and Clark counties here. Those roll off in Indiana, and then we can return to regular scheduled programming. But for now, we hold on with this to talk about our tornadic warned storm that is down here in Edgar County. We zoom back in one more time. Paris, obviously a large area that that we cover. And so you can see there, and again, we can put the show up there for you. I know you can't hear the audio, but at least we're going to try to meet in the middle here for you guys, and at least show things off to you there with the show. It's the best we can do for right now. Okay, guys. So we'll do our best to get you back. But we're just gonna have our audio on. We don't. Not their audio, just ours here, guys. And so, but we can show you that. We can show you that if we want to. But I don't know what you guys were doing back there, but let me know what you guys want to do. I will say this: Paris down to Marshall. That is a really strong storm that is pushing through the area. Okay, guys. So the tornadic potential is still there. This thing has been rolling for a while with rotation on it, but right now you got strong winds, and then right here near Dolson is where the rotation is still showing up, and towards the Oliver area, right over Oliver and north of Marshall. This is where that potential rotation is with the storm. Okay, so you're talking about right through there. That's it. Here's your Indiana state line. This will move off here to the east and push into there's a little place called Vermilion that's over there just southeast of Paris. And you've got Oliver, as I mentioned, in the Elbridge area. Those are the towns that could be impacted by these strong storms. We've had several reports of damage across the area, damaging winds, hail, and possibly even a few tornadoes up into Iroquois County. We've had some of that, possibly up into Ford County. Damage reports over into DeWitt County. Farmer City has had some damage. And this storm has been showing some definite signs of rotation for quite some time, and now is pushing into southern portions of Edgar County that we're watching, and again, south of the Paris region at this time. So hopefully, guys, we can continue to just get this thing out of here. It's just not quite there yet. We've still got just a little bit more of this storm to contend with before we can kind of give the all clear to everybody. We're just not there just yet because that rotation is still kind of evident here on radar. And there it is now, starting to show up a little bit more right on the county line, the Edgar and Clark County line. And this will pass off here into Indiana, it looks like. So here's what I will tell you that we're probably going to do here, since this thing is slowly starting to kind of wrap up here and push off here into our far eastern counties, is we will continue our streaming coverage online for you guys. We are streaming on our weather app. We're on all of our social media pages. You can find us multitude of locations. So I encourage you guys to jump on there, continue to follow along if you are of the small few. Again, I know we've got hundreds of thousands of viewers, potentially across the area there, but we've got a small area here that we are watching. And so if you are of that handful, we encourage you to go to either our Facebook page, go to the news and weather app as we're streaming there. I will say this, the rotating part of the storm right now is south of Paris. And while there is rotation there, it's looking more like strong winds than anything. They're north of Marshall. There might be some rotation in there, but we're definitely seeing a little bit less of that. So for our control room back there, we're probably going to go back to the regular programming here in just a minute or two. We want to kind of get our friends that are in Paris, kind of through this part of the storm, and then kind of once that rolls through, then we will send you back to programming. But before we do that, we're getting in some more information that's coming into the newsroom, and we're going to send things over to Brandon Morano. Brandon just popped into the studio, and Brandon, what are you learning here tonight?
Well, Kevin, we called a couple different EMAs, one in Effingham County. They say there are limbs down there as well as power lines. Called Clark County EMA. They said that they are not out surveying damage yet. They have nothing to report right now, but said they would call me back when they have any information. Coles County, trees are knocked down on 550 North, 1000 East on the southern part of the county, south of the airport. Kevin?
Okay, so those are just a few of those different damage reports that we're hearing. Brandon, thanks for covering things there in the newsroom. Of course, we'll have a recap coming up tonight at 9 and 10. Again, we got a ton of damage pictures in different various areas that have been impacted by these storms today. So we will be recapping that for you. But right now, we have a really strong storm rolling right through the middle of Paris right now. Maybe even a little bit of hail associated with that. That's the purple color that you see here. So hail within the storm. You've got the the really heavy rainfall, and this is moving off to the east. As I try to look at some of that rotation, we click on the velocity to look at it. And again, still some broad rotation here that's going to be south of Paris, between Marshall and Paris, and right on that county line there. Not as pronounced as it was a little bit earlier, but I'll just tell you this. If you are in Edgar County right now, if you are in Paris, you're going to get some hail, you're going to get some really gusty winds, and you're going to have the heavy rainfall that's going to roll through, a lot of lightning. But right now, I'm not seeing any rotation within that storm there specifically. Maybe some more activity down towards Marshall showing up, but really kind of a messy situation here that is showing up on radar. Adam, any last minute thoughts from you here and any other information that you're hearing?
No, I'm just looking through some of our emails, some of the pictures that we've got sent to us here, and keeping up with the National Weather Service too as well. Nothing that you haven't really touched on already though, Kevin. I will say I'm watching this right now, and it is a pretty interesting little couplet going towards the Elbridge area between Elbridge and Paris, but that's about it though. It's starting to make its way closer to the Terre Haute area and the Harrison area, so it's almost out of Edgar County. But we did have a picture there from our own meteorologist Jacob Dickey that may have been a funnel cloud around the Metcalf area there in Edgar County, so maybe something to keep an eye out for. I'll see if I can pull that in and maybe use that as a picture there for our live stream real quick.
Okay, so if you can maybe try to pull that up, what we're going to try to do here is we'll click things back over here to our radar here. Here's the really intense storm. Again, guys, we're almost clearing into Indiana, but here we go from Crispin down to Paris. That is a really intense storm. Look at the heavy rainfall, and there's definitely probably some hail within our storm here. And you can see right over Paris, the hail core. that might be releasing some quarter-size hail. That's what this purple color is here. So right now, if you're watching us down in Paris and Edgar County, boy, that's quite the storm, and you're getting some really, really strong winds within this as well. When we look at the winds and the velocity within this, we see that with these brighter reds, those are 60-mile-an-hour winds that we could be seeing as this storm moves off here to the east. A couple of other pictures here real quick. This was earlier funnel cloud that we had actually up near the Cessna Park area. And we think this is actually probably from the storms that brought some of the damage possibly up there towards Loda portions of Ford County. Is that right, Adam? Is that kind of where?
Yes, this is the park area. This is probably some of that same batch of storms we were watching earlier there towards the Iroquois County area up in Ford and Iroquois County. We had those storms rolling on through. So that's something that we want to kind of reiterate, is that it hasn't just been the southeast corners of our viewing area that we're kind of watching right now. We've had it for quite a big chunk of our viewing area, watching out for the tornadic threat. And there you go, Peyton Cab. Thank you so much for sending that in. But that's in Cessna Park right there. We've had a couple other pictures too, very similar in the same location too. So I'm wondering if that's a tornado on the ground or if that's just a funnel cloud. We'll have to find out. But we've also had some damage there into parts of Ford County there. We showed a little bit earlier on in the show, or earlier on in our broadcast here, I should say. Really from the northeast corners of places like northeast of Paxton there. So again, we have seen our fair share of damage, and I think Seth is on the hunt right now too as well for the potential for severe storms, or he's still on the storm tracker, but looking at the potential for maybe looking at some damage there around the Effingham County area too.
Okay, so we will be checking back in with him later on. And again, guys, we're just watching this last little batch of storms, really strong winds. I can't discount just how strong the winds probably are here in Paris and moving into eastern portions of Edgar County. So now the worst part of that is starting to move out of Paris. So again, for our purposes here, just kind of watching things as these move off here to the east. Since again, we are that storm's kind of passed through that large area there of Paris, what we're going to do here is transition to our streaming, which is going to be all online on the weather apps and on our social media platforms, guys. So in the control room, we will be sending things back in there. We're monitoring things online. And for those of you that are down into Edgar County, maybe that little sliver of Clark County, we will still continue on there for you. But for the meantime, I think, guys, we're going to wrap things up for now. Thanks for tuning in. We'll have more at 9 and 10 o'clock tonight, and have a complete recap. If any other warnings get issued, we'll jump on here. But for now, sorry you missed part of your program, but we're going to send you back to that program now and have more streaming online. So tomorrow. Okay, you guys back with us? Can you hear us okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We are broadcasting live here on our streaming platforms now. Let's see what we got here. We got Seth there and Stormtracker still. So we are out here with you guys, giving you the very latest on our storms. So thank you for still tuning in, and we'll kind of show you what's going on here in our area. All right, good. You guys are back on. Thanks to everybody who's tuned in and watching here. We've been kind of going for a while. And we're just going to kind of recap and look at some of the storms that are still kind of rolling through. So just far eastern Edgar County there, you can see those storms now pushing into Indiana, kind of out of our viewing area. Let's just come back down here to the south. Boy, they're just out of our what we cover, what technically is the kind of Central Illinois WCIA viewing area. Boy, a ton of tornado warnings, but I just want to mention this. We've had some damage. We've had a few things happen, but it looks like, oh, horrible situations. Look at all these tornado warnings down here. Jonesboro, Arkansas, you know, towards the Memphis area. All of these tornado warnings, in effect, they've been getting slammed down that way. So just kind of wanted to show off. They've had multiples of tornadoes down that way here this evening. So thinking of those folks that are down there, that, I mean, just look at all those tornado polygons that are all the way, and they stretch. Let's see here, even down into parts of southwestern Arkansas. Confirmed tornadoes there, confirmed tornadoes here west of Memphis, and then all of those warnings. So the boot heel of Missouri, extreme southern Missouri. There's east of Cape Girardeau, and then you got Carbondale down that way. They're dealing with the storms. McLeansboro, down where we did our eclipse coverage. And then we get down here again, a little bit closer to our area, but still technically out of our viewing area, where we still have Flora tornado warning that is in effect down there. So there we go, guys. Robinson, pretty good storm there with you guys as well. Look at that. You've got a tornado warning that continues down that way near Robinson. Oh, I'm sorry, severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning down that way in Robinson. And then Edgar County here, you're starting to see, excuse me. So I've been talking for like 5 hours here. Grab a little H2O. Paris looking a lot better. So things are looking a lot better there into Edgar County as those storms move into Indiana. And for the most part, we're kind of done with that. So you've got kind of east of Marshall there, maybe down towards Walnut Prairie, pretty good little storm. But this tornado warning, they did carry it over in Indiana, Terre Haute and Clinton, Indiana. But yeah, guys, we're starting to see kind of the back edges of this. And they're going to continue. I'm going to see if they've trimmed off any more of this tornado watch. But listen, we're looking a lot better. Yeah, look at that. Hey, look at that. So, yeah, I mean, we're pretty much good in most areas here west of I-57. No problems at all. Decatur and Clinton and Monticello and Sullivan and Shelbyville and Vandalia and Taylorville and Springfield and Jacksonville. Obviously, you guys are all in the clear. Watched not in effect until 10, but they're going to be clearing those counties here before too long. So that will be some good news there to get that out. Still just watching our line of storms right on the Indiana-Illinois state line. Pretty good little storm there southeast of Georgetown, east of Ridge Farm, but again, no warnings associated with that. So yeah, Champaign looks good. I mean, really, I mean, to be honest with you, as I just kind of look at this, I'll draw the little, I I don't think any more of these storms are going to do anything back here. So yeah, Champaign, Tuscola, Charleston, you're good. I mean, even close to Effingham, things are calming down there. We'll hold on to you guys just for a little bit as these storms are kind of down this way. But most of this activity is now going to be moving out of the area. And so you've really just got kind of this last little line that's moving through down here. So listen, Champaign, no problems. Things are improving. Even Danville doesn't look too bad now. There's Mattoon, Charleston. There's kind of Effingham. You can obviously see where the strongest stuff is. So we got some people asking here. Marshall, looks like things are definitely calming down in Marshall. Like I said, southeastern Clark County, still looking rather strong there. Walnut Prairie. But yeah, we're going to be done with storms here for the night. Metcalf is, yeah, definitely looking good. No issues. I mean, you're still going to have some rain. You know, the winds have been really gusty, just even without thunderstorms. So you're going to have some gusty winds there. So there we go. Thanks to everybody that has kind of tuned in here to our live stream. We've been going for quite a while. Some areas got hit. Not everybody got hit, though. I mean, you had a few spots that got some damage, trees, power lines. There's some buildings damaged, and possibly a few tornadoes that we got some pictures of. So a lot of different things that we're kind of sifting through to kind of see just what happened. And sometimes, a lot of times, actually, there is a delay in getting some of the information. So we don't always get it until hours later, or maybe even the next day, to know about some of this. The Weather Service will go out tomorrow and survey any of the potential damage and determine whether or not if it was a tornado or if it was from straight line winds or something like that. So it is something that they'll be having to go through and take care of. Getting some information in. Clark County Sheriff Office said there were some cars being blown off the road in the county from the storms that came in earlier. So that's probably when the storms are coming through KZ and into Marshall a little bit earlier. Let's see here, we're going to do notification. Severe thunderstorm warning. So basically, just kind of repopped this severe thunderstorm warning that's kind of down here into southeastern Clark County. Let's take a look at some of the confirmed damage reports. Let's do that here to see what we might have had. And I'm going to shut off the radar here real quick. And then we're just going to plot on here some of the various damage reports and then kind of click through some of them so you can kind of see where maybe some things have happened. So let's start up across some of our northern counties. And bear with me, so we got to click on these to get them to pop up. But 53-mile-an-hour wind gust, okay, up near Clifton. Let's get over here because this is where I think I think we might have had a tornado up here close to Cissna Park. Paxton and Lotus. So power lines down east of Cissna Park. That was around 5:14 p.m. Then some more damage near Paxton and Loda. Damage to multiple buildings on a farm near 100 North Road and 500 East Road, east of Loda. And then another one that we had here, closer to Paxton. Power lines damaged, 600 North Road, 300 East of Loda. So Loda, that area up there, we think probably had a little tornado possibly spin up because it looked pretty good there on radar. And we got a couple more. Let's see what else we got here. I'm going to see what this gust is in Seymour, see if there's anything. Seymour, 60-mile-an-hour gust. We had a little bit of damage in Mansfield, it looks like. Tree damage. Then up near Bellflower. Power lines down from high winds, power out in Bellflower. And then Farmer City. Looks like we had an outbuilding damage east of Farmer City. Let's scroll back down a little bit more. So we got over here towards D-Land. Power pole snapped 2 miles southwest of town. Come closer to Maroa, a couple damage reports over there. Power line down, East Washington Street in Argenta between Maroa and Friends Creek. So again, if you have something that you're not seeing me report on here, let me know and we can add it to the list. Oh, we got some flooding that has happened because of some of the obvious heavy rainfall. Let's skirt back down here into Effingham County, parts of Shelby County. Looks like a couple different damage reports. Let's see what this one is. Tower Hill, looks like some limbs down in Tower Hill as the storms came through. Here's a report of some damage in Beecher City. Power pole snapped by high winds. Then we'll take a look over towards Altamont. 2 apartment buildings in Altamont lost their roofs at the Frame Apartments, at the A-Frame Apartments. In Effingham, looks like the report was non-thunderstorm wind gust laying down a few power poles. And then finally, large tree limbs down into Topolis from some of the storms. And then we'll get you this last one over here that is located near Greenup, tree damage in Greenup. So kind of a recap there of some of the various storm reports and what we've had. If I didn't read off something, let me know and we will kind of look at things. Okay. Those of you that are watching here, wondering, are we going to have any more severe weather? So the severe weather threat definitely is winding down for the most part in a lot of areas. You're good in Champaign. You're good in Danville and Newman and Tuscola and Oakland and Charleston and Sullivan and Shelbyville. All these areas to the west, no problems. All is good. But we're still just kind of watching everything, obviously, below this line. So now, obviously, this is kind of getting out of our viewing area here, so we won't be really covering a whole lot more for tonight. And let me just kind of double check. I'll double check a couple of things here. But we're slowly kind of winding things down. Looks like they reissued just a corner of Effingham County because of this storm here. So you're still kind of just out of our viewing area where this activity is. But Clark County, Jasper and Newton County, you know, down that way, you guys are going to still be under the gun a little bit. And maybe down towards Lucas, southeastern Effingham County. You guys still have a severe thunderstorm warning there with that stronger storm that is moving through. But definitely seeing things wind down for us. Charleston, Mattoon, things are calming down. Strasburg to Neoga, Sigel, Shumway, Effingham, all looking a lot better. And now these storms are going to race off into Indiana. So, guys, here's what I'm going to do. So I've been talking for many hours here ever since this afternoon. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to continue to monitor things on the side. I'll keep the radar up. I know a lot of you are still kind of watching here the radar and seeing things that are going on in other parts of the area. But for our kind of 20 county warning area that we cover, things are calming down. As you can see, while Champaign and Douglas and Coles County are still technically within the watch, even Vermilion County, I would say we could probably even trim those away. But maybe just kind of keep watching things a little bit into Clark County, Jasper, Crawford, down that way. Those areas, there is still a little bit of that concern. But yeah, guys, I appreciate everybody who's hopped on the live streams here with us. And I just want to do one more thing, because some of you kind of came in late, but for the next storm system, which we all know there will be another one, weather call. If you scan that QR code there, and I know some of you, it may be hard to do because maybe you're watching on your phone, so you can't scan the QR code, but you can scan the QR code somehow, or maybe on another device, or go to WCIA.com/weather, and there's the weather call that you can go to, and it's a way to actually sign up for getting a phone call. You literally, I will call you on your phone, and you can get a warning. And I know you're saying, boy, that's what? You call me. Well, some people have really, really bad internet out in the middle of nowhere. Some people don't have a weather radio. Some people aren't tech savvy. Some people just have a landline phone. And so there's a way to actually get a call. So I know this isn't for everybody, but there's a good amount of people that, like that service, a little old-fashioned way. And actually it'll wake you up. Think about this. Does a text message wake you up in the middle of the night, or a little notification? No. Phone call ringing, ring, 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 ring. That will do it. And especially if you have I know on iPhones, even if your phone is on silent, you can actually set it. If you get a phone call like twice, it'll automatically go through. And so there's ways to do that. So between that, it's a service, small nominal fee for 1 year, and it's worth it. If you don't want that, and you want to try to just use the weather app, that's our weather app. You can scan the QR code there, and that is going to get you to our weather app. And it does some great things as well. Maybe it won't make you up from a dead sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning with that little notification unless you're a light sleeper. But boy, it's got everything else packed in there. Our team updates all the weather stories and videos on there, and the forecast and everything you need. And our live streaming is on there as well. So whether it's the weather call you can sign up for, or the weather app, I just want to make that pitch there, because I know a lot of you can tune in and check that out and utilize that feature for us here in the future. So this is what's left of the tornado watch, as I mentioned, but I think several of those counties are probably going to get trimmed off here before too long as well. So thank you, guys. I appreciate all of you that have jumped in. Again, what I'll do here is I'm just going to leave the radar up here real quick. I don't see a whole lot more that's going to be happening in our viewing area here. If you've got friends and family that live down in Arkansas and in Western Tennessee, and in Indiana too, because Indiana's not known. Indianapolis to Bloomington, they're in for it here tonight. The Evansville area, they're just starting to see these storms come through, parts of Kentucky. But for us, in our area here, we are seeing the back edge of these storms move through. The exception is going to be maybe down here to Jasper and Newton County. They're still kind of dealing with some of that. But again, that's kind of largely out of our area. I will leave the radar up. I'm kicking Adam out of here. He's been here all day since like 5 a.m. this morning, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I don't know what time he got
in before 3 o'clock.
Okay, 3 o'clock this morning. And so, he pulled the occasional 16-hour day. So I guess we'll let him go home, because he's got to be back in like 7 hours. So good job, Adam. Everybody give Adam a round of applause. A round of applause to Adam. Kudos to Adam. He's a pro. He's a pro, ladies and gentlemen. No, sir. Go get some sleep. Thank you. See you, man. See, that's the thing. Team coverage there, people, and dedication here. That's what you get from our weather team here. So there we go. Okay, guys, again, as I mentioned, I will keep the radar up for you for now. We can drink water, recap, sift through some of the different reports that we've got. We'll have more at 9 and 10 o'clock tonight as more damage reports and things kind of slowly come in. I haven't even had a time to look at my Facebook page to look at any of the messages I got, because we were on the air the whole time. So if you are looking for additional coverage, I encourage you to tune in to Terre Haute, WTWO, okay? Jesse Walker and his crew down there, WTWO. You can go on there and watch the coverage there. That's in the Terre Haute area, and you can definitely do that. You can tune in to Fox 59 in Indianapolis, Brian Wilkes over there, and I believe Chris Wright also over there at the CBS station. So those guys on the air at our fellow Next Star stations that you can follow along with their coverage. So WTWO and for Terre Haute. So go check that out and check out their coverage here tonight. But for us, I'm hoping we're looking pretty good. I'm still just watching these little guys. They're down here. Again, they look like they're going to be heading out of our area. But Robinson, I'll just say in Robinson, if you're down there, you know some people down in the Robinson area, that little storm that's coming in, that thing's still packing a pretty good little punch. But for the rest of us, things are looking good. All right, guys, until next time. Thanks for hanging out with us, trusting us, joining us. I know a lot of people from all across the areas, and even not even in our viewing area, tune into these. Got friends and family, and they kind of wonder what's going on. So that's why we provide this for you guys and do the extended coverage before and after. For now, I'll leave the radar up. If I see anything or I get any other information or I get some cool pictures or videos, I'll pop back on here, and then we'll talk about it. But for now, the storm's exiting our viewing area. But definitely look out towards the Robinson, Olney area, and Terre Haute, Vincennes, Evansville. They're getting hit pretty hard. Well, that does it for me, guys. I've got the news to do here at 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock. I hope to see you on there. In the meantime, I leave you at the radar. And again, as I always say, it's always better to prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Some of us got through this unscathed, some did not, but this is not going to be the last time we have severe weather this season. I can assure you of that. My name is Kevin Lighty. I'm the WCIA-3 Chief Meteorologist. Make sure to give me a like or a follow there on my Facebook page there. I always encourage you. That's where I post a lot of stuff on there. So go on there and click on that and follow along. That does it. I'm really going this time. Water and a little bit of rest. We'll see you on the newscast later on.